Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're doing well. Setting up the live chat now, signing into chat, setting up some goals. I hope you guys are doing beautifully. I hope you guys are doing beautifully. We do have a little bit of silly content today. I did watch it via another streamer yesterday. I did think it was quite funny. So just to give you a little preview for the few people who are coming in right now, effectively, the Lib and Learn crew have their talking orders, which is effectively maybe Hutch doesn't like the DSA, maybe IRI and Josiah thinks the DSA can be a little bit too much sometimes. But the truth is, they need to fight it out in the primary. And if they don't fight it out in the primary, then, basically as soon as it hits the general, it's got to be vote blue no matter who because of the threat of MAGA. But now there's a DGG schism within the lib sphere where I'm not gonna lie, obviously the DGG sphere is more in line with my style of thinking, where I want to strangle the Democratic Socialists in the crib. But it is quite funny seeing the DGG sphere effectively like flip to the cog position that's been public and criticized for like the past year. And then it's starting like a miniature liberal civil war. I'm not going to lie. There's a certain level of emotional catharsis that I've enjoyed. The Professor Dave crash out is hilarious. Which one's that? Do you have a link? Send it to me on Discord. I know Professor Dave was the one who was like, Destiny loves genocide. And then apparently he wasn't interested enough in debating. But Fellrunner says 07. Randy Chang says good morning, nerds. Cosmer says yo yo. Fellrunner says Professor Dave crash out is hilarious. I need to see that, so DM it to me. eDreamcast says ayo. Hope you what you have been up to. I'm assuming you're saying hope you've been good. What have you been up to? Same old, grinding it out. 9:30 to 2:30 Monday through Friday. 4 days a week on Valor. 1 day a week on Counterpoints Politics. Grinding out Warhammer, Counterpoint Sci-Fi, and Star Wars on the side. I did make a lady friend this past weekend. We hung out. We might be going out tomorrow evening for a hangout on her side of town. I do have the kids this weekend, so I got them Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I was hoping to go do some VA paperwork and some mortgage paperwork that needs to get done either tomorrow or Friday. I haven't decided if I'm taking time off of work in order to go handle that stuff. It's just kind of important. For the mortgage stuff, I need to send in some stuff and get it acknowledged by a certain division of the mortgage company in order to delineate my finances between me and the ex. And then for the VA paperwork, I have the paperwork for my neck and for my shoulder. So I need to go in there fairly early. I need to go in at like 8 in the morning. And that, because it's first come, first serve, I need to sign a power of attorney to it's not the VFW, it's the DAV. I need to sign a power of attorney to the DAV, and then I need to give them my paperwork for my neck and my shoulder. And then, yeah, that's just something that I want to handle as soon as possible. So, need to knock that out. Caramel Cold Brew says, oh shit, I'm earlier than a motherfucker. Well, technically, I'm earlier than a motherfucker because I'm only 1 minute late to 9:30. Normally, I say that I start at 9:30, but I really start at 9:42. But cool beans. Good morning, Jen Winkler. Good to see you. Let me go ahead and set up live chat. Let me go ahead and set up a goal real quick. And then honestly, if everybody's just kind of chilling and getting caffeinated and hanging out, we just might start the silly beans content. We might. I don't really have too much besides what I already told you. eDreamcast's proposition putting leftist college students in huge glass cages. I mean, sure. Then throwing tomatoes at them, sure. Nameless Henchman says, make her something that I can't repeat on the internet. Yeah, we had a good time. I'll put it that way. We had a good time. I think we're still going to have a good time. Professor Dave is terrified of debating as he deletes my comments. Oh, I got it. He has been going into comment sections and arguing, fighting, and leaving gems like this. Yeah, if it's all true, definitely email me. See, that's the thing though. It's like if I want to crash out, I want a crash out that like results in a debate or a conversation, you know. I don't like the fortress arkers, the creators who hide behind comment sections in order to never like they'll angrily and aggressively engage on Twitter and comment sections, but then they won't actually do a conversation or a debate. Even a meta conversation about why they won't debate is more interesting than reviewing their comments. It is funny. It is funny. For those of you who don't know, Professor Dave made a video basically accusing Destiny of loving genocide, but apparently he's afraid to, excuse me, talk to Destiny or Lonerbox or any orbiter about it. So, yeah. Caramel cold brew said, I had such bad heartburn last night. Well, think about switching from a caramel cold brew to black tea. You know, that'll make you less heartburny. In the most recent edition of the Incel Daily, Asmongold is calling for the shooting of all illegal women and children not excluded. This is why I call out his propensity to dehumanize. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that via Sleepy. Sleepy is a commentary bro who bounces into the online political realm every now and then. And he was covering that. And I don't know if is it terms of service to advocate for the government to do violence on your behalf, even if the violence is extreme? You know, I don't know what the terms of service of it are. You know, advocating for women and children getting shot in the face is kind of wild. Sorry, but it is the kind of shit that you would hear at the redneck Thanksgiving table, you know? They'd be like, I don't know why we don't just put a bunch of landmines in the Rio Grande. I don't know why we don't just put sea mines and land mines all over our border. And if you don't want to get blown up, then just don't come. Burp, 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 you know? And put alligators and machine guns, you know? They love that shit. DSA, low-key, going to give Republicans a chance to gain seats, not even lose. It might be a little bit too late, too little too late, although it is August. September, October, and then we got early November. So, sorry. So that is like 60 to 90 days for some Red Scare politics. That could be fun. That could be fun. I mean, never underestimate the Democratic Party's capacity to to seize defeat from the jaws of victory. So I guess that's true. I'm calling for the same thing to happen to Asmongold. True. 1000% what Dave's doing. Yep. Nameless Henchman says, daily reminder that John Brown was the first person executed for treason in the U.S. and the inspiration for the battle hymn of the Republic. Everyone's right of factual Karl Marx is a fascist. Everyone right of actual factual Karl Marx is a fascist. Well, thank you, Nameless Henchman, for being our resident schizo leftist, I guess. Thanks. Groovy Harp says, leftists will bend over backwards to defend Mao and Stalin, but when I comment that Pol Pot anti-glasses policies was based, people look at me crazy. 2020 Vision Gang. Anti-glasses. What was Pol Pot anti-glasses? Were glasses like a bourgeois construction? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I don't know who you are, but I can see how you got a shield. Okay. Conserve says, debate is often just performative. To be honest, I prefer the idea of just addressing the ideas and having structured rebuttal if you're actually going to try to build something, but chimping out has its own charm. For sure, for sure. I think that those of us, the smarter people in Twitch and YouTube politics who have been around for a long time, you kind of realize that a lot of debates will be colored, by how you view the debate opponents. So if you like one debater, you're going to favor their argumentation subconsciously. Even if you try to just pay attention to the argumentation, you oftentimes will favor their argumentation. And, you know, that's part of what I love about this You have to separate your sentiment from the arguments themselves, and then you have to check out the validity of the arguments themselves. It's kind of difficult to do, but that's where I think this entire lib versus leftist civil war thing is so funny, because effectively, like, Wick and Destiny and Mooten are more representative of my position of you have to box out the far left and the far right. But what's so funny about it is they're going to war, to rhetorical war, to be clear, but to war nonetheless, with every other lib in the space. And it's not a popular position. I think it's quite funny that DGG, Destiny, Mooten, and Wick have so confidently gone into the battlefield with a pretty unpopular position and started throwing elbows. I'm actually a fan of it. I'm like, oh, they're just like me, for real, for real. Groovy Harp says, if you had glasses, you were an intellectual, therefore a class trader, therefore you're going in the rice fields, basically. Yeah, that makes sense. Andy B says, John Brown was a terroristic monster who justified himself murdering an infant because the infant was a white child of a slave owner. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there that killing kids is bad. Killing kids is bad. I know that's a brave take in our current political climate, but I'm going to stick by it. Conservative liberalism says people go into debates trying to affirm their priors instead of actively challenging them. They choose a champion and go to the digital coliseum. Exactly. Well, I mean, which is part of the reason why I love it, to be honest. It's part of the reason why I love it. But that's why I think this entire debate was quite funny. Jeb Cush says, good morning. Good morning, Jeb Cush. Hope you're recovering well. I actually haven't, I was recovering from being sick. And so I haven't really gotten into the gym this week. I feel like I'm recovering, though, from being sick, and also how aggressive I pushed myself in the gym recently. I'll get back into it next week. What if the kid was kind of a dick? I don't think infants have the capacity to be malicious. They might have the capacity to be annoying, but they don't have the capacity to be malicious. I think about the kid on the motorcycle in Breaking Bad a lot. Yeah. You talking about the dirt bike kid who got smoked? Yeah, that was fucked up. But like I understand Todd's sociopathy, right? You can't have any witnesses for the methylamine theft. The kid probably doesn't know what he saw, but if the kid is separating you and all of your teammates from decades in prison, then if you're a sociopath, you shoot the kid. If you're like somebody who has empathy and sympathy for other human beings, you don't murder a child who might not, who might not be able to put you in prison or jail. Fell Runner said hashtag Todd was right. That's fucked up. Fuck Todd. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that Todd got strangled to death. False. As the bright moon that I am, I support politically anyone who I'm physically attracted to. Nice. Grassroots Hegemon says, your new thumbnail terrifies the hoes and I'm the hose. Well, you say that. Jen Winkler said post your dating profile, and that's my dating profile. I have hair, I have a beard, I'm smiling. That's me. That's me when I'm trying to pretend to be nice. Rob says, we're not even allowed to smoke a kid on a dirt bike. Now you're going to say bottle kids are people. What the fuck? Yeah, sorry. Children are relatively innocent. Anonymous Chatter says, hopefully the far left is ready for McCarthy's soul to reconstitute in Thomas's bones as he pushes SCOTUS to reopen the Smith Act. I know. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it fun? Don't you love the new Red Scare? I'm a huge fan. I'm actually a huge fan of this. Okay, but what if it's a boss baby type situation? Then you do what you gotta do, man. You do what you gotta do, all right? You do what you gotta do, brother. Oh, man. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for some brain damage? Trust me, I love hanging out with y'all. I got no problems bullshitting for whatever, but I'm also ready for some brain damage. I'm also ready for some brain damage. I wanna get my own brain damage on. All right. It does take a little bit to warm up, but it actually is quite funny, especially around the 3/4 mark. It does get really, really, really funny. Wait, hold on. Are these 2 segments? Hold on. Oh, okay. This is a 1-minute clip out of the hour-long segment. All right. Let's do it. Let me pull this up. Let me get the audio going. Let me get the penis. Okay.
Fucking results in given places. That's what we're doing. But you're like, oh,
let me get the timing right.
Because it inures to the benefit of 11.
Inures. Dude, people get mad at me for using 14-letter words, and over here we got Pisco using inures in common parlance. Should I get the wheel? Yeah, shall I get the wheel of brain damage, my lord? Thank you for the donation, King. Yes, we're ready to start torturing ourselves for our own entertainment. Ah, all right. You guys ready? I'm ready. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I got a special bit of brain damage for you today. Live and Learn is a allegedly liberal podcast with a bunch of creators: Soy Pill, IRI, Hutch, and Pisco. I would say that Soy Pill and Pisco tend to be more progressive. Hutch and IRI tend to be more electoral focused and more liberal, but they fight about, online politics and politics in general on a weekly basis for our entertainment. Well, what ended up happening is there's a schism that's developed in the past few weeks, particularly since Hassan Piker gave a speech dressed as Mao Zedong and Democratic Socialists of America candidates started winning seats in the United States. And then not only that, there's a poll out there that says 1/3 of Democrats identify as Democratic Socialists. So the quote unquote leftist takeover of the Democratic Party is well underway, which is quite funny. It's quite funny. I've been called an alarmist for a long time now. I've been told that they're cutesy and cute and kawaii and don't worry about it. And now, even the liberals, even the Destiny types, even the Whick types, even the Mr. Mutant types, even the Dan Saltman types, they're starting to freak the fudge out, which is very funny to me. Let's take a look.
The fucking results in given places. That's what we're doing. But you're like, oh, because it inures to the benefit of a left-wing person as opposed to a center-left person, then it's like you're sweeping. Was I sweeping for Kamala?
No, I didn't. I honestly didn't even see your post, so I don't know the extent of the commentary that you've given on this. But so I didn't have you in mind. I wasn't like throwing shade or anything like that.
Oh, there's the Whig class himself, the head honcho.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Josiah DM'd me or super chatted me and was like, hey, DM Soy Pill to get on Live and Learn.
Get Josiah in here too, man. Josiah, I know you're watching. Get in here, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Me and Josiah had a little back and forth this morning.
Pull up a chair. You know you want to. Get in here.
But
he can't resist. Watch. He'll join. Mark my words.
Don't worry. As we talk, I'm sure he will want to have a few things to say.
Well, before we argue, Wick, do you want to promote your Liberal Action Network? What does that do? I don't know if I want to pay money to do Liberal Action. I just want to go places and canvas.
We're not asking for money.
Okay.
We're not asking for funds or anything like that. Right now, the Liberal Action Network, it's very new. It's something that has been cooking up for a while, but they just released it on my birthday, which was a few days ago.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And it basically is liberal streamer NATO, like we talked about. It is well, no, for real. It's for people.
An attack on one is an attack on all. Article 5.
It's a defensive alliance, right? Where people who have consistently been coming at our throats, right? We can communicate together, work together, because again, alone we get isolated, we get separated, we feel like it's hopeless, like there's no one around that shares our values. But it's a place in a system where we can just support each other and promote liberalism in the broader
brigade lefties
discourse.
And snark on them. Yes. Listen, I'm all for it. Look, you guys go off on your liberal action network, and I think that like that's all cool and base, and we should defend ourselves against bad faith attacks and shit from lefties and stuff like that. And if Josh Shapiro becomes the nominee and there's like this bullshit about the murder shit, I'm going to be adding the Vanguard at some point. I want to have a debate with them because I've been hearing them go a little crazy. That's all cool, whatever. What the fuck does it have to do with this conversation?
Oh, no. Phil asked me, and I told him.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, Pisco.
That's on me. That's on me. I have
I don't listen to Soy Phil talks either, to be clear.
We're not talking about your fucking book right now.
All right, also, we have to push the Pac-Man conversation. Heads up.
Oh, yeah, we rescheduled. Pac-Man's a very busy man.
Whick, go ahead.
So is Whick, are you in the camp that would vote Republican? I'm not trying to put any evil on you. I honestly have no idea why you're up here. No offense. I'm happy to have you up here, but I don't know what position do you have that has brought you to this table?
So I think that if I were to be in Wisconsin and Hong were to win the nomination, I think that I would not vote. I would choose the couch. I think that
you would prefer the Republican, as you said in the tweet exchange.
Well, hold on. If I had my preference, we wouldn't have Hong as a nominee.
I know.
Base liberal warrior would come to the fore, defeat her in the primary.
Now, when IRI's asking you don't want to disappoint your like dad, and IRI has this like very fatherly presence about him. Really, truly. And I look up to him. I think everyone should look up to him. And you're hiding your power level. You said in our Twitter reply that your preference is that the MAGA Republican Tom Tiffany in a matchup with Francesca Hong.
I think it's better for the Democratic Party. Yes, I think it's better.
So why not say it with your chest? Why be like, my preference is this entire thing never happened in the first place?
Because when you say it's my preference, you act as it signals that it's my first choice. It's not. We are in a situation, however, where I don't get my first choice. I don't get my preference. And since we are in a situation where Hong has, I think that Hong threatens liberalism in many of the same ways that MAGA does. And I find it more insidious than MAGA because there are people who would never defend MAGA who will defend Hong.
So, somebody says that we should be watching the Keith Edwards episode. This is the Keith Edwards episode. So Keith Edwards does show up about halfway through this, and they do fight. And what's funny is Keith Edwards is like, I'm just a liberal, guys. I'm just a liberal. And then he says some things that feel very dog whistly that I think are quite funny. Now, I think we're having a problem with definitions, right? Dank Brandon says McCarthyism did not target or find real communists. It targeted political enemies and normal people and ruined lives. To say we need McCarthyism back is to try to say that you're good with what Trump is doing. So that's where I think we just need to have this fight, right? The Soviet Union is destroyed. Maoist China has been turned state capitalist against Mao's wishes. You know, that there were capitalist roaders who have turned China state capitalist. It's still an authoritarian Orwellian nightmare that pays lip service to decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production and the eventual goals of communism and socialism. But they're just not, right? They're just like a Orwellian, pseudo-fascistic, authoritarian fucking nightmare. And so the fight over definitions is going to be interesting because one of the defenses that the pro-leftists have, or the leftist sweepers have, is that, well, they might be willing to say that they're democratic socialists, but they don't know what socialism means. And then the right wing makes it even worse because they say that anytime the government does anything, that's socialism because you're socializing externalities. So we're going to have this terrible, horrible ideological fight over socialism, communism, mixed economy, capitalism, social democracy, and liberalism over the next half decade. And unfortunately, nobody knows their ass from their fucking elbow, and it's going to make the conversation substantially worse. Fellrunner says, I only hate Pisco because I'm anti-semantic. I did laugh when I saw that. Play on words with anti-Semitic, but making it anti-semantic based. And then Old School for the 5 says, I don't know if looking at Molotov, Ribbentrop, or FDR Stalin, either way, Pisco is turning more Death Squad Che than Motorcycle Diaries Che. See, and that's the other thing, too. That's why I like fighting with Pisco, because I feel like Pisco is a big tent Democrat. I think he wants to try to include as many leftists as possible because he sees them as electorally necessary, but he won't acknowledge how fucked up some of them are. Or at least he'll make arguments that they're small and they're cute and they're kawaii so you can ignore them. All right, I got to go get the dog. I'll be right back.
And that's why I think she's a greater threat. Now, look, I think that when it comes down to it, Hong's not going to win the general. I think that's what the evidence suggests.
That's like just doing a prediction. We're not asking you for your Nate Silver take, bro. We're asking you for your outlook in terms of who you want to win, not what you expect.
Again, I think it's better for the Democratic Party if she loses. Yes.
You know, I don't think we need to speculate too much. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had a DSA governor, but we've had DSA mayors, I think, right? And we've had, people. They've had some prominence in like local politics. They've done decently well at the state level in some cases. And what was the worst that happened? They did some stupid policies that they ended up rolling back a couple years later. So when you say like Hong represents just as much of a threat to liberal democracy as MAGA, that seems kind of crazy to me, Wick, a little bit, because sure. MAGA, as a political movement, a majority of them think that, 2020 was stolen and they straight up literally tried to
but El Said's been playing with, and El Said isn't DSA, but, and I will vote for El Said if he wins. I want to make that clear because the Senate's just more important. But I think that El Said's been playing with electoral election denialism too, saying that if he loses, it's because of APAC and outside funding.
No, I agree that stuff is cringe. But that's not even in the same universe as what Trump did in 2020.
My argument here is that if Hong were to win in the general, it would make it harder to defeat MAGA in the future. And let me lay this out for you. Like, we know that Hong is underperforming, and most of the DSA candidates are underperforming the environment right now. Right, so we're in like a D+8, D+7 environment. They are either underwater and probably not going to win, or they have taken winnable races and made them either a toss-up or likely red, likely Republican. If she wins, what's going to happen in the primary is people are going to want to go towards, or be more likely to go towards her style of politics and campaign with the same people that she's been campaigning with, right? That I do feel are an existential threat to the Democratic
Party.
I
would grant you that, Wick, and I would still say that's not that's a less bad outcome than having a Republican governor.
And how is that different from the Hassan camp saying the exact same thing about Kamala? Like, hey, yeah, obviously trolley problems, she's not as bad, but if you elect her, then we're going to get more liberalism, we're going to get more do-nothing Democrats.
Because I like liberalism and I don't like illiberalism.
And MAGA is going to take over because it's going to disaffect voters, and people will say, well, they're not delivering. Like, this is the exact same argument that I said is total bullshit from him, and that's how, like, part of the reason we get millions of people dead from USAID cuts. That's how we get all our institutions covered.
The difference is they're being shown a pizza and saying, oh, I can't eat pizza, it's poisonous, okay? And then I'm being shown a plate of cyanide and saying, I can't eat that, it's
You're
poisonous.
Doing the Nina Turner
We're
thing.
making the same argument, but the facts of the matter are not the same.
You're
Obviously, I'm correct and they are incorrect. But
so
at the end
only
of the day,
argument is I'm right and they're wrong? Like, you don't have, like, polling to show this will happen down the line?
I can. Like... I just pointed to what's happening with El Said and Hong, right? Hong has taken a winnable race and made it so we are going to have much harder time winning that. Can we acknowledge that reality?
Well, the
100% yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the polls.
So
the polls say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we don't want that to happen in the future, we don't want this constant taking winnable races if we just have generic Democrat or someone just fucking moderate, and then making them much harder to win.
But this
if we
is
want to
an
help
argument.
Okay. I'm going to forward the Overton window argumentation. This is not my argumentation, but this is the argumentation of characters like Doobie and maybe some Hassan Piker Simps and probably Keith Edwards when he comes on the show, is that the centrist Dems, by always trying to split the difference with moderate Republicans and the right wing, never go as far left as we should. And so, if the United States of America had its own version of the Labor Party, like if the Democratic Socialists of America became the Labor of the United States, then what would end up happening is you would actually have a left wing that the right wing had to split the difference on, particularly if they're doing well electorally. So while they're crazy, and I do agree they're crazy, and I do think that some of their policy decisions are stupid and they're going to get some people killed. If your starting position is defund the police so that you can fund social services, well, then maybe the difference gets split so you fund more social services. If your starting position is abolish prisons and people have to split the difference with you, then maybe they reform bail to be more humane or some shit like that. And by the way, these are not necessarily things that I agree with. I'm just talking about the logic of the Overton window shift according to the DSA and according to some of its liberal and progressive apologists. And I think you have to contend with that argumentation.
If I may finish.
Yeah, but isn't that like, this is why we shouldn't elect her in the primary? Like, I don't want to vote for her in the primary?
Yes, this is a primary argument, not a general argument.
No, it's a general argument too. If she wins the primary, if she wins a primary, and then so by some miracle she wins the general, what's going to happen is there's going to be more people. We knew we could get him in here.
I knew it.
I'm not saying anything though. I'm not saying anything though. I'm just gonna sit here and show you that I'm conquering my fucking addiction, and I can be here and I can be in the midst of this, and I'm not gonna say a word. So
not to leak any private DMs, but Josiah, he called me a couple nights ago, just crying. He's like, Niels, I can't stop. It's hours and hours. I'm stuck in these calls. I can't stop super chatting. I can't stop entering these arguments, and I want to quit. My wife, she says, Josiah, please come to dinner. Please, please. And he won't come. He's locked himself in the garage. He won't stop joining. And this is our intervention, Josiah. This is all of us in a circle around you. Saying,
you actually baited me here to have me an intervention. Whick doesn't actually believe a goddamn thing he just said. It was all to provoke me to get here.
True. No, you know what? Listen, you got me.
Get Moon in here.
I will say, I missed dinner.
Hold on.
Who the fuck is Mootin?
It's very unfair right now. You guys are gonna need more guys, okay? It's very unfair for you right now.
We need four more.
You're gonna need more guys.
Wick, yeah.
Oh, Wick, I'm curious. What is your reaction to the argument I made a few minutes ago about the governor of Wisconsin will play a role in the certification of the 2020 election results and could undermine public trust in our democracy? Isn't that worse than any damage DSA could do to our party through Hong as governor?
Yeah, specifically the candidate had said, I want to subvert the election and certify Trump, knowing that he did not win, basically.
That obviously is a risk, and it's something worth keeping in mind when everyone has to make this choice for their own. I don't mean to downplay that.
Well, you're saying it's not as important.
Yes, because I think the other threat is much more dire than that. Because at the end of the day,
stealing the election is
hold on. I don't think they'll do it.
Not even
I don't think it'll work.
Doing the craziest thing on their platform.
I don't think it'll work.
Yeah, we don't think prison abolition will work.
So you're the Ben Shapiro. The guardrails will hold, so we're good. We could just keep electing these people who are going to try to subvert the entire democratic process.
We don't. This problem, MAGA is waning right now. Their influence is waning. They are being beaten on every front. In polls. In special elections, we see us flipping seats from red to blue consistently in 2026 and 2025.
The pressure up on him and vote for them. Even is that what the argument is?
I can't finish the argument, right? You won't let me.
You're triggering me. This is ridiculous. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
I thought
not ridiculous.
Was a fucking existential fascist threat, and they're like, they're on their way out.
Hold on.
Joking about running for a third fucking term.
What is Trump's approval rating right now?
It's really bad. You just crossed like.
I think it's probably the fifth lowest ever, right?
Yeah,
but
fifth
Whick,
lowest
who
ever.
cares? Who cares if he doesn't fucking win the election if
He's
he
a
tries
fascist.
to fucking steal it?
That is a problem and a threat. But if he
That's a
tries to
risk I'm
fucking
gonna
steal
take.
the
Little one
election,
that I'm willing
voting
to take
won't
to just make
matter.
sure Hong doesn't win.
Hong, look, if so say they try, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but say they try.
So, I have a few thoughts. Doobie says that's half the argument. The moderates compromise and move right. The right never compromises. This leads to the Dems inching right over time. We need force pushing in the other direction. Anonymous Chatter brings out as counterexamples gay marriage, Obamacare, the list goes on, and you're just wrong. And yeah, that's what I would say. So if we look at the early 20th century, the New Deal done by FDR was probably the largest shift leftward in American history. It was like jobs programs, huge infrastructure projects as a part of those jobs programs. The welfare state was effectively created at that time, Social Security, blah, 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 right? And then what happened was over the ensuing decades, the right wing chipped away at that welfare state. But that welfare state is relatively still intact. And Bill Clinton was probably the most centrist chip away at that. Although I would say that Ronald Reagan did take a fire axe to a healthy chunk of like social welfare programs. Now, that being said, Obamacare, I would view as like another yank on the Overton window leftward, and a pretty gosh darn big one, but it's obviously not as far leftward as a lot of lefties want to go, because the Obamacare plan was arguably a more market-based centrist solution for healthcare, where you effectively force everybody to have healthcare in the private market. You give them tax penalties if they don't have it, and then as a result of everybody being in the market, we can share all the expenses of the most expensive pool of people who require health insurance, rather than them bankrupting themselves and ending up, if they're old, on Medicare, or if they're young and poor, on Medicaid. So weirdly enough, that it kind of serves both arguments, that the left wing yanks on the Overton window leftward, and then the right wing chips away at it. But it also points to the fact that oftentimes the yank leftward is not as far left as a lot of lefties want to go. Now, the reason why I wouldn't want a Democratic Socialist mayor or a Democratic Socialist governor is pretty much having to do with law enforcement. That's pretty much why I don't want them anywhere near it, because progressive district attorneys, I think I told you about this. There was a progressive district attorney who was in charge of Orange County. I think she got fired by Ron DeSantis, by the way, which is actually a welcome development for me. But she was doing all sorts of crazy shit in reference to letting scumbags out. We already had like a pretty revolving door jail system. She made it even worse. And not only did she make the revolving door jail system even worse, I think the specific example I brought up to you is like she heightened the threshold for which to prove dog fighting cases, because obviously that disproportionately affects the black community. And then when my friend had like a slam dunk dogfighting ring, he had pit bulls, he had bait dogs, he had fucking steroids, he had a ring, he had this, he had that. She increased the threshold of dogfighting rings because, you know, it disproportionately gets black people arrested. And then she declined to prosecute this case, which was like a slam dunk case. I'm sorry, who the fuck is that serving? Like, is the black community being served by being permitted to have dog abuse? Like, what the fuck is that? And that's kind of where like the progressive desire to even out the outcomes of the judicial system can be really perverse and kind of a fucked up, where they get innocent people hurt or killed through their desire to see incarcerated people as victims. So no, you're asking me if I can see the argument, doesn't mean that I want it for myself. I would rather live in a more right-wing Florida. Doobie, I don't know if I read this, but I'll read it again. Doobie says that's half the argument. The moderates compromise and move right. The right never compromises. Actually, you know what? This super chat inspired that whole rant. Yeah, so I think that lefties can feel that way. I don't think it's historically accurate.
Try another false slate of electors scheme, right? Where they have and they get the swing states that go blue, inshallah, in 2028, right? They put out a false slate of electors, say it was stolen, and they send it to the Congress. And J.D. Vance is a spineless cuck and will just do whatever Trump says.
You
Mike Pence,
say, because they all said they would do this,
right.
by the way. J.D. Vance said, I would have certified for Trump.
Yes,
so,
yes,
okay.
yes. And then when he does say, okay, we're going to accept these false slate of selectors, what happens? It goes to the House, doesn't it? Is that what happens?
I don't think anybody knows.
No, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. It will go to, because I watched Dev's video on this. Dev's video was
different stages to it. So if you're trying to interfere through Congress, then yes, the House can vote as House delegation, as a state delegation.
Yeah, so it would be important in that case if you want to stop it.
So there's layers to this. The first was just to have Mike Pence declare Trump the victor. The second was to have the state actors actually send the official slates to be the Trump slate. So to obviate the need for congressional support and just have the governor send over slates of electors. And that's why he went after those state electors first. Remember that? That's why he had these people on the phone. Raffensperger, he brought in the Michigan guys. Like, this is why the state actors matter.
Wait,
because there's multiple levels.
Whick was about to say something here, and he's about to walk into a trap, but go ahead, Whick.
Or walk into a trap.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
It's going to go to the House, correct? After he's like, well, we can't know which slate of electors is true. We're going to have to go to the House and vote on it, right? That's as I understand that's the process.
No, wait, no, Pisco, don't let him finish. Let him finish.
Is that correct? Am I correct in this?
You're kind of correct.
Kind of correct. How am I wrong?
Well, wait. So finish your thought. Wait, finish your thought.
Sure.
Let's let him do the punchline here.
Oh, I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay. If we are going to want in 2028 to maximize our chance of stopping that, the thing we need to do is ensure we win the House. Would that be logical? Correct?
Yes, but here's the problem. Winning the House is not enough. Do you know why?
Well, I
agree
Speaker
of the House on January 6th
in general, but
no.
Why
Who was Speaker of the House on January 6, 2021?
The Speaker of the House in 2021? I don't remember.
Was Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Fair enough.
Simply having a majority in the House doesn't protect you because it's about the state delegations. And guess which party has more state delegations than the other party? The Republicans.
State delegations, that would be Republicans, correct?
Correct. So if it were to go to the House and the House were the ultimate arbiter of who would win at the election, it would be Republicans, even with a Democratic majority.
Hold on. How would that work, though?
It's 50. So it's 50 states, and every member votes within their delegation, and the majority is the vote for the state. That's the fucked up system we have.
So that
even if it wasn't, by the way, like this is where I thought you were going, Josiah. Like, the governor is going to affect any kind of gerrymander that's going to occur. The governor could literally have an effect on the House of Representatives just based on, like, the thing about.
Hold on, no, not for 2028, sir, because
that's who.
Time. Again, who's currently governor in Wisconsin?
Right now, it's Evers.
Evers, right? Evers, as I understand it, is an election denier, is he?
No, but if Tiffany wins, Tiffany would be seated for the remainder of between January 2027.
28 is what matters.
Yeah, until January 3rd, 2028. And remember, the new House is.
Old School for Five says ACA fundamentally changed the relationship between the government and its citizens. Never before had citizens been ordered by the government to buy a market product. Well, I think we actually, I Googled this. Apparently the 2017 law changed this, where Congress passed a bill effectively stating that the federal government, the penalty for not having health insurance was $0. So I guess the good news is that compulsion has been eliminated.
Seated before the election is certified on January 6th. So
I don't believe that's true, actually.
Wait,
I believe
can
it
I
goes
jump in?
to
Because I feel like we're getting a
true.
little lost in the weeds here. What is happening is we have two options in primaries. We have DSA people and we have the not DSA people. And in the places where DSA people are winning, we're now saying the only way to cut the cancer out, to make sure they don't win, is to vote for MAGA Republicans or not vote. Not, hey, what happened in this primary that made us get rat fucked so hard we didn't win and beat these people that apparently have this so unelectable platform that they shouldn't be winning, but they still are. The voters are picking these people. So liberals, if we want these people out who have crazier ideas, we need better fucking candidates. And the idea that the solution to cutting DSA out of the tent is let's elect MAGA is fucking insane to me. Regardless of whether or not you think the guardrails are going to hold, like this whole conversation is like we're so past the, hey, why don't we run better politicians? Why don't we actually make sure that we can address voters the way that they
should do that
feel
as
being
well.
heard? Well,
why are you getting mad at Whick right now and not?
Because he's saying basically, like, the only way to do this is
and not mad at Hong for courting his vote.
He's also.
I'm not mad at Hong. I want Hong to get as many voters as she can.
Well, you
I'm
should
mad
be
at
more
Whick
mad
for
at her.
saying,
It's her job to earn the votes.
If Wick's, no, it's fine. He could do it. I mean, like, look, I get it because these are
Just
dumb
saying.
arguments from the left, and if you repeat them, it's like,
not-
yeah, I understand these dumb arguments. But the point is, if Hong is unable to court Whick because Wick's position is, Hong, you're so bad, I want a MAGA instead of you, and I think MAGA is better down the line, what the fuck is she going to say to him?
I just want to say for the record, I was correct. They are seated on January 3rd, 3 days before January 6th. I was right. I'm always right. Don't question me on Senate procedure shit.
But again, the gerrymander won't come into effect. There's just not enough time to gerrymander in.
There's 2 years, Wick. What are you talking about?
Okay, when's the next House election? 2028?
2028. Yeah.
2028?
Yeah. So you have.
Doobie for 10 says, quick reminder that the ACA was essentially a Republican plan from the Heritage Foundation, previously implemented at the state level by Mitt Romney, a.k.a. Romney Care, which was passed in 2006. Obamacare was passed in 2010. Also, gay marriage was the Supreme Court. Sure. Wasn't gay marriage also implemented by, like, a centrist who was considered, like, a conservative guy? Who was the guy who enshrined gay marriage at the Supreme Court? I thought it was like a conservatarian dude. The person you were thinking of is Jim Augerfeld. He's the plaintiff, not the guy who ruled it. Wasn't there like a tiebreaker? Who was the Supreme Court justice that split the vote on gay marriage? Kennedy. Justice Anthony Kennedy joined the court's 4 liberal justices, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Stephen Breyer, Sonia Sotomayor, and Alina Kagan, to form a 5-4 majority. Justice Kennedy also authored the historic majority opinion stating that the 14th Amendment requires all states to license and recognize same-sex marriages. Is Anthony Kennedy a conservative? Anthony Kennedy was a conservative justice with a strong libertarian streak who became the Supreme Court's critical swing vote, frequently siding with the conservative wing on economic, business, and speech cases, but joining the liberal wing on major social issues like abortion and gay rights. Ha-ha! Suck it. John Kennedy, for $20, says, what is the argument against the ideas that crazy lefties annoyed the fuck out of normal people? Normal people fought back by electing Trump. Now lefties want even more crazy shit and don't anticipate another Trump. I don't think there is an argument for it. I think that there, and by the way, that's what the Destiny Camp is stating. The Destiny Camp is saying that, effectively you're going to be emboldening the far-right Republicans. I think the rest of the Democrats, though, are saying like, well, the far-right Republicans are already crazy anyways. They can't get much more crazy, and we need to yank back on the Overton window no matter what. I can't tell if Nameless Henchman is memeing by saying the Overton window is a Nazi conception. I truly, the only context in which I'm aware of the Overton window is effectively it's the conception of acceptable national discourse. So that's all it is. And so you can yank on that bitch left or right, and that's it. So I actually... I don't think the Nazis have a trademark on the conception of the Overton window. Doobie for 10 says, moderate Dems were opposed to gay marriage. We couldn't even get it passed in California. I remember that. I was in California in 2009 when it failed to pass. That was actually, that was crazy. I was surprised because California had such a reputation for being so progressive, and I watched gay marriage die in California in 2009. What a wild time.
Yeah, you have the 2026 midterms here in November, and then the next House races are during the presidential election in 2028.
In 2028, yes.
They definitely could gerrymander in those 2 years for sure.
Let me try.
I'm not sure how much of an impact the gerrymandering.
Yeah, I just don't see that as going to be that's not going to be salient. It's not going to be able to be outcome determinative on this. But what will be outcome determinative, and what we know will happen, is that if Hong wins the general election, right, and we have to fight for all these primaries where we take winnable seats and we make them much harder to win, we're going to have to need more resources. We're going to have to need more time, effort.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Wait. I would grant you all of that. I agree. I think if she, is the general candidate, and if she wins, it's going to make Democrats' jobs harder. It's impossible to quantify. Is that really going to be specific to that region of the country? Is it even going to affect a race like Alaska? I don't know. But, the angle that I want to hit you with now is like, why wouldn't we just anticipate that the same thing that happened during Trump 1.0 is going to happen this time? Which is to say, like, the DSA is going to have they're going to have good nights, which relative to them is 4 people in the Congress or whatever. And they'll probably have another good night. Then, then their shit is unpopular. Hence Bowman and Cory Bush losing their primaries.
You would grant me that the DSA is currently, on this cycle, expanding its seats. It's expanding its reach. It's not a lot. They are absolutely overselling it,
from 2%
but it is getting worse, right?
I just listen. Do you see them? Do you see them realistically?
Is that not true, what I just said?
Again, but it's like saying it's going from 1% to 2%, right?
Yeah, but that's why it's easy to nip in the bud now. I don't want it to get to 20% or 25%.
It's not easy to nip in the bud. You're saying the solution is elect MAGA. That's not an easy solution.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk real quick. It actually doesn't, we're not nipping anything in the bud. You understand that when Republicans are in office, the DSA does better, right?
Well, that's why they try to get Republicans elected. Yeah,
demonstrably the case. They elect more DSA people. They're more successful when Republicans are in office at the state level and the federal level. So, if you acknowledge that, I don't understand how you could abide a Republican governor.
One seat, one governorship. Again, we know in 2026 that we are going to, in at least every metric I see, we're taking the House. We're getting 230 seats. We might even take the Senate. That's up in the air, and it's going to be harder. But those things are destined to happen, right? What's going to happen if Hong wins? Huh?
I mean, destined to happen. The betting markets right now have a 15% chance of Dems losing the House. Now, you can say it's likely, and we would agree. It's likely.
Okay, most likely.
But don't count
very
your chickens
likely.
Before they hatch. And this
likely.
beast is not done yet. And we don't want to hand them a crucial swing state governorship.
What we don't want to do is hand DSA this kind of victory that they can use to galvanize and get worse. And so it's not just during the Republican years where they get stronger, but it becomes something that happens in other years as well. Again, this is I think you guys are I think you guys are really underselling the threat here of these people, right? They are illiberal. They are going to make it harder to beat MAGA. They're going to make it harder to elect liberal Democrats. This is something that they say they will do, right? You got Mike from PA, you got Kyle Kulinski, you got Emma Vigeland, all saying that they are enemies to the Democratic Party, right? That they are, I believe Mike PA said he was going to depress Democratic turnout until we bent the knee to the left or whatever the fuck.
All
That's
that
what you're saying now. We hate those people for saying that, and you're saying, and maybe we should vote for MAGA.
No.
The best way to beat MAGA is to elect MAGA, you fool.
I have advocated to sit out and not support these records.
disagree with Mutin when Mutin says vote?
Mooten say to vote for the
Yes, he sure did.
Republican?
Yes,
yeah,
he
I
sure
think he's
did.
wrong for that. I would
Okay,
never
even
vote for
then,
the Republican.
how like
I'm
this
not
is
gonna vote.
I fucking call Hassan out for this shit. I fucking hate that a guy with 2 to 3 million fucking followers and all this money, like look at what he's doing now for these candidates that finally align with him. It's like, hey, why the fuck didn't you do that when it mattered to beat Trump? And you're essentially saying the same thing as he is and saying, well, down the line, my calculus is that 3 years later, this will make it easier to win. And I don't see that right now.
MAGA.
I see, hey, this is a governor who might not certify the election. Right?
My enemy is not just MAGA. One of the things that is frustrating me is you use MAGA as this blank check to cede every single vote to the left that we can. And it's a problem, right? It cannot be that because MAGA is running, then we have no lines on our side, that we never draw something in the sand and say, this is too much, we cannot vote for this. Hong has passed this line for me, right? It's not just MAGA that is my enemy. It's authoritarianism. It's illiberalism.
Why is Hong so bad to you? Why is Hong so bad in particular?
Well,
did you see who she was campaigning? Well, first of all, did you see who was campaigning with? Like, I think yesterday, maybe today. This person praises Mao Zedong, who killed 40 million people. This person is playing with great replacement theory, right? Lying about what the New York Times says, claiming that Israel is invading Muslims to Spain. It's crazy shit, right? This person wants America to be destroyed as it is. He wants to abolish private property. He wants to what's the other he's
okay. So this is where I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and then I'm going to respond to some further lefty reactions to this. But Doobie for 10 says, I blame Gavin Newsom for the whether you like it or not clip that was played everywhere constantly leading up to the vote. Stupid, smug, vampire bitch. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, the whether you like it or not clip. Fell Runner with the renewal for 9 months coming up on 12th thing. Appreciate you. Doobie proves he's anti-cog everyday. Grill hotism is the most bipartisan ideology. True. Doobie is saying, isn't Whick saying the same shit Mike from PA is about depressing the Democratic vote until they align with him? He's saying that they're anti-Democrat. If you're saying, so Democrat, demos, the people, representing the people, but realistically, they've been a liberal party for a really long time, so that's mixed economy capitalism and freedom of conscience and freedom of speech and all that kind of shit. Mike from PA is another fucking tanky Soviet fucking leftist LARPer. And even when we did the polling on would you prefer Chinese state capitalism, but you lose freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, but you get healthcare, I know that half of the votes were probably meme votes, but even 30% of people in my chat were voting that they would rather have Chinese state capitalism with universal healthcare rather than maintain their freedom of speech and freedom of conscience and live in America as it is right now. I think that's insane. Like the half of my audience that wasn't joking about the fact that they would give up freedom of conscience and freedom of speech as long as they got healthcare, that's like alarming to me. That's terrifying to me. Now, what I want to point out about this and what I would counter argue with Queeman about was Queeman was saying, oh no, the Democrats are upset that lefties are canvassing with Hassan Piker. Oh, Hassan Piker's a good boy. He didn't do nothing. He's not that bad. Listen, dude, I'm just telling you straight up. Anybody who's not a lefty, anybody who's not democratic socialist, anybody who's not a woke progressive, they view Hassan Piker the same way that most people view Nick Fuentes. He simps for fucking China. He simps for the Soviet Union. He's done apologia for the Soviet Union. He's done apologia for Mao Zedong. He 10 toes down stands with the Houthis. He jokes about being supportive of Hezbollah. He says that he supports effectively Hamas over the IDF. They're the infinitely more moral party because they've killed less people, even though he won't evaluate the tactics of what they do. Like, dude, like that to anybody outside of the giga woke progressive sphere is fucking psychotic. You might as well have a Christian nationalist, like to make this equivalent, you would need a Christian nationalist Republican canvassing with Nick Fuentes. That's how fucking psycho that is. So, yeah, sure. Is he a fucking streamer that gets 10,000 to 30,000 live viewers and we shouldn't care that much because he's not outcome determinative? Sure. Is he still indicative of a spiritual rot on the far left that is way too popular? Absolutely.
He's a terrorist supporter who...
You don't even need to do guilt by association with her, though. Like, you can just listen to her stated positions.
Yeah, well, that too. But like, it's all of the above. That's a problem.
Holds positions that are broadly toxic to the entire party. And Whick is right that if she wins the general and is the governor of that state, the Fox News and the right-wing media machine are going to have a fucking field day with her, and it is going to drag down the party. It's 100% guaranteed. There's just the positions that she was pushing on Fox News are so unbelievably toxic to the Democratic Party. We know this to be true.
Yeah, and so, even the things that she's disavowed. You remember? Do you guys remember Project 2025? Right, when they wrote Project 2025,
I forgot about that.
And then Trump was like, "Oh, I don't even know what this is." Right? I disavow it. Project 2025. I've never heard of it. And then when they got elected, they just started implementing 2025. I think about that a lot when it comes to the DSA and DSA candidates going on and saying, "I've never heard about that. I disavow that shit."
And that's why it's Lord of the Flies in Mamdanieville, right? I mean, that's why we have no private property in Mamdanieville.
Mamdani is a mayor. His power is limited, and he's letting in people like DAC who are going to do shit like that once they get enough power. I don't know. Why would I ever vote someone who's like, "Hey, Whick, I'm going to, like, my stated policy position is we want to kill you. We're going to murder you. But don't worry, don't worry. We can't do it now. It's kind of silly to even be mad at me with it now. We don't have enough power to murder you. We don't have the strength or anything like that. So don't worry about it. That's our stated policy position, to murder you.
Yeah, is that our stated policy position?
She wants to murder you.
I'm illustrating a point. I don't think they're actually trying to murder me, right? But I'm saying if someone is saying that we want to abolish the Senate, we want to abolish the police.
And if someone is saying that they want to
abolish all these things,
steal the 2020 election.
Yes, that's bad. That's why I'm not voting for them either.
Yeah, but which one's worse?
Yeah, but sitting out an election, you risk the worst one, Tiffany, winning.
I don't know if that's
give
worse.
Your tacit approval.
Well, wait, okay, no, take a stance right now. You don't know which is worse. One's worse. They're not equally bad. Do you think MAGA?
No, they are
worse
in different ways, and it depends.
No,
do you feel that
one is worse? One's gonna be worse. You have to decide for yourself right now.
Okay, which is getting worse? Burned to death or shot? Depends where you get shot.
Yeah,
right?
if you make a metaphor that's completely disanalogous, you can just completely deflect from the question. But I'm upset with you right now.
What is
you can't just sit out like a little bitch. I've had this fucking energy to the left for 2024, and now you're like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I disagree
One is
with
gonna be
your
worse.
premise.
Do you think Hong is worse? Do you think MAGA's worse?
I disagree with your premise. I think that they are worse.
They're equally bad. They're just both equally as bad as it could possibly be.
I think that they are worse in different ways. One is worse when it comes to Democratic electability and long-term survival of the party and long-term ability to beat back the Republicans. One is worse short-term, right? So it depends. Is short-term worse or is long-term worse? And I don't know the answer to that, so it's hard to rank.
But Whick, we don't know what's going to happen in the long term. A lot of things can change between now and that end result that you're talking about, right? Like a lot of twists and turns. But we do know that 2 years from now, Tom Tiffany is going to be like, this election was rigged. My swing state ain't certifying this shit. And here's a whole bucket of problems.
I think that is just as predictable as us having a big problem winning 2028, 2030, 2032. I think that these are equally big problems.
Okay, well, Whick, then just say this. Say MAGA's worse, but I think that electing Hong might make it easier for MAGA to win in 2028. Like, at least then you can say,
because that's not the only
maybe
reason
Hong
she's
wouldn't
bad.
be as bad as MAGA.
Because again, that's not the only reason she's bad. That is the reason I'm pitching to you mostly because you guys are very anti-MAGA.
Whick, and you have influence, you tell your people that live in Wisconsin are going to vote.
Sit home.
What are you going to tell them? Just don't vote.
Yes, I will tell them, hey, look, vote your conscience, but for me, I'm sitting out.
No,
that's what fucking Hassan did in 2024, and I will never stop.
Okay, but he's doing that with Kamala, who was a strong liberal candidate who wasn't a threat to anything. I can't tell people
in good faith to do it. It was a genocide. I can't tell you.
He was wrong, and I am correct. That's the difference here. There's different facts of the matter.
I'm just right, and he's wrong. No,
yes.
I'm sorry. This is so stupid.
Kamala is just better than Hong and the DSA in every single way possible.
I think it might make the Democrats harder to win in 2028 because Kamala will be feckless, and then MAGA will win even harder in 2028. So look, it's just a calculus. I just have to vote for MAGA or sit out. I can't tell you to do that. Sorry.
Okay, you're just wrong here, though.
I'm fucking not actually holding.
You are wrong. You were trying to compare them saying the sky is red and me saying no, it's actually blue, and you're like, well, I don't know. Both sides have a point here. No, you look out the fucking window and you see if the sky is red or sky is blue.
XK and says, why do you have a thirst trap as your thumbnail? Jen Winkler said to do it. She said you needed to be more slutty, so I'm being more slutty as a marketing technique. Now, that being said, another thing that was discussed, I suppose, was whether or not Hassan Piker actually ended up voting for Kamala in 2024, because he said that he has since the election. Everyone remembers plenty of clips leading up to 2024, effectively castigating the Democrats as being as bad as the Republicans. Even a bunch, I think it was Mike from PA, but a bunch of lefties saying that Trump was going to flank the Democratic Party from the left on the topic of Gaza. And then they made a bunch of noise when Trump went to, I think he went to Dearborn or some shit. And he was hanging out with the Muslim community and being like, oh, I hear your problems. I hear your problems. And everybody was like, oh, man, maybe Trump is going to be better on Gaza than the Democrats. And anybody who thought that Abraham Accords Trump, Jared Kushner, son-in-law Trump, Bibi Netanyahu's best friend Trump, Miriam Adelson's fucking $250 million donor recipient Trump was going to be better on Gaza than Kamala Harris is a tool. That's all I can say. Anybody who thought that Donald Trump was going to be better on Gaza than a Democratic administration is an absolute tool. So, there were plenty of people like the Vanguard, plenty of people like Hassan Piker, plenty of people like Mike from PA, plenty of people like Kyle Kalinske, plenty of people like Crystal Ball, who effectively made so much noise about how unviable and unpopular the Democratic Party was that they kind of created a self-fulfilling prophecy in reference to that. So, Austin Nasty says, you just explained how Hassan and Whick are making literally the same argument. Did I? I would actually have to mind map it out real quick, because I'm sure that what could happen is what these guys are saying, which is that the potential electoral outcome, of having a MAGA governor who would potentially help Trump be complicit in an election-stealing scheme for the Republicans or for Trump himself, that's a pretty dire consequence. That's not a consequence that I would overlook lightly. So I'm going to have to think about that. I'm going to have to trolley problem that in my brain. Real Serious for 100 Argentinians says, thank you, Hassan, for your individual vote for Kamala. Totally makes up for your months and years of shitting on moderates and saying that she would be no better on Gaza than Trump. Thank you. Thank you, Real Serious. You articulated it better than I can. So, taking a look, I wanted to show you guys this, though, because this is a part of my calculation for coming up on 28. Okay? Imagine that we're on a boat that we're rocking back and forth between left and right. And I would say that since politics has been something that's affected my life as I became an adult, we've had a series of left-wing and right-wing shifts on this boat that we're trying to keep from capsizing. And what I would say is George Bush really did start it with the war on terror. I think Bill Clinton was kind of a moderate. I think Reagan was probably an extremist. But the war on terror was a pretty aggressive rightward shift in American politics. then I would say that the Affordable Care Act and Obama's general aura of progressive liberal shenanigans was a relatively moderate shift leftward. I don't think, I know the ACA was a big deal, but I don't feel like America was like losing its fucking mind over how woke and shitty we were. Really until Donald Trump was on the verge of being elected. Maybe I'm ignorant, but it does feel like wokeness really hit the steroids in 2015, 2016. Now, what I would say is Trump's power grab trying to maintain power through the January 6th riot and the Eastman memo and the fake elector scheme was a massive, massive, massive jump rightward into like authoritarian bullshit. And then what I would say is, weirdly enough, Biden, while BLM was kind of a big deal and the woke early 2020s were a big deal and the social media wars were a big deal, I would say Biden was kind of like a moderate rock leftward. And then I would feel like Trump basically jumped on the right side of the boat with Project 2025, the slashes to PEPFAR and USAID, Doge, the Iran war, the Epstein cover-up, et cetera, all his cronyism, all his corruption, all that kind of shit. I feel like he slammed on the boat rightward to the point that we're almost between January 6th and Project 2025 execution in Trump 2.0. We are kind of like on an extreme rightward kick that could capsize the boat. And so, I just want to point out to you, if you would please consult your screens, that this is my political calculation, okay? If we are a boat rocking back and forth and we need to stabilize the republic so we don't capsize, I wouldn't jump on the far left with an AOC character in order to stabilize the boat. I would either jump center left, like Newsom, in order to try to stabilize the boat, or I would jump center right, like Rubio, in order to stabilize the boat. But whenever it comes to an AOC-style character or a Vance-style character, I think we're risking capsizing the republic. And so I hope you can see my calculation. If you're Doobie, or if you're Christian Valeris, or if you're another character in my chat that is critical that I'm not willing to jump far left, it's because I'm trying not to capsize the fucking boat. Because it's exactly how you capsize a boat is by jumping super far on the right side of the ship and then jumping super far left on the left side of the ship. So, I'm not trying to capsize this bitch. Moving.
Wait, can I ask, who do you
Yes, of
hope
course.
wins? Even though you can't win, let's say you sit it out. Who
Sure.
who would you hope wins?
Man, I hope.
That guy, he said it.
I think again. I think it'd be better if Hong lost. I think it would be better if Hong lost.
Hong
yes.
lost.
Long
So
term.
you would prefer MAGA win?
I don't know why you're being cagey about it. Say it with your fucking chest, Wick.
Yeah.
I
Why
keep
you say-
saying it.
At
I'm not
least
going to
be like
look.
Ruin.
I'm not
No,
going to
no,
parrot
no,
your
at least be
lines.
like
I'm going to
Ruin.
say it how I
Yeah,
want.
Yeah, because you're
and
scared.
you can't
of how it
pressure
sounds.
me.
Yeah.
And you can't
Wait,
peer
Wick,
pressure me
if it's
and
better
to say
that
it in
Hong
your
loses,
box.
if it's better
right?
that Hong
I'm going to
loses,
say it
Wick,
how
why
I
don't
want.
you just endorse MAGA right now and say, well, I want Hong to lose.
I'm not
and the best way
endorsing
for that to
MAGA.
happen
I'm
is
not.
to
I'm
win.
saying don't vote.
Why
for
not?
MAGA.
You want Hong to lose, right? That's the
I
better
think it would
option.
be better for Hong to lose.
Okay, well, there's one way for that to happen, and that's for MAGA to win, right?
Sit out. Don't. Never.
No.
Never vote
And
for
let
MAGA.
MAGA
Hong
win.
will lose if MAGA wins. This is a
Are-
one or
can I
the
ask-
other.
Clarifying though, Wick, are you hoping that taking this position now, 90 days before the November election, would get Hong to move and change her position, or is there nothing there?
Yeah, look.
No, there's
hey,
no
if
redemption
Hong
for
or
any of
if Hong repents and Hong says, you know what, I disavowed the DSA, Hassan Piker, you're a fucking psycho, and
That's
repents,
leverage.
then
We call that
boom,
leverage.
I switch my position immediately. Boom, we are
We call
back
that-
on the Hong train, baby. I
But
will,
is that
I
your
will
hope?
go
You're
out
gonna
and I
hold
will
out
knock
until the
doors
vote
for
is
that
loose, right? And
woman.
if she doesn't do it, you won't endorse.
Gettable voter.
I don't think
But
I don't
wait,
think
is-
she's gonna do
oh,
that.
Okay, that's not your goal then in doing this. You're convinced she will not change, and
Yes.
you're not trying to pressure her to change in any way.
My goal here, my advocacy is for people to have some lines and some standards, because MAGA isn't and I really want to stress this. MAGA isn't the only threat to our liberal democracy. The DSA and the left is also a threat. The far left I'm talking about. I'm not talking soy pill or Pisco or any of the people here. I'm talking the far left, the
Which
Hassan
is worse
Pikers.
right now?
They
Wick?
are a fundamental threat. And,
Wick,
and I think you
which
guys
is
are
worse
just
right now?
downplaying this all the time, and I
Wick,
don't
which
know
is worse
how
right
to
now?
get it through your head.
Which
right?
is worse right now, Wick?
Hey, what?
Is it the group of people that control all three branches of government, or the people, as
The
Hutch has pointed out, who have won
who control
4
all
seats?
3 branches of government are more dangerous. But
Mhm.
if the DSA controlled all 3 branches of government, they would be just as dangerous.
Yeah, and if
So,
my grandma
wait,
had
is it-
wheels, she'd be a fucking bike, but they don't.
Do you not
So
understand?
why don't you say, hey,
It'll be
let's
easier
fight
to
these people
ride her.
in the fucking primary. Let's get these people out because I don't like their policies. They're a danger to the Democrats. They're a danger to Western civilization. But once they
Because
win,
we've seen
let's
this. We've
fucking
seen
stop
this play
MAGA.
out
Let's
before,
not let
man.
MAGA win and say, I really hope
We
MAGA wins
saw-
because that means Hong loses.
We saw this is
is
the
what-
exact
Wick,
same
you are
argument
legitimizing
that the
those
Republicans
fuck-ass
made
lefties
that
who come
allowed
into my
MAGA
chat
to
and
take over
say,
their party.
Scratch a liberal, a fascist bleeds. These people would vote for a Republican. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You guys are fucking crazy. You're not on my side. And then you come out and say, I don't know. I kind of want MAGA to win this election. And I'm like, wow, you just proved all those retards right. That's how mad I am at you. You're making lefties
You can
think
be
they're right.
mad, but I'm just correct here. Because again, the argument you're making is that we have to accept literally almost anything in order to beat MAGA. It's a
Wait,
blank
hold on.
check
Two evils.
that's going to
Yes,
allow
I
us.
accept the
It's
lesser
going to
of two
lead
evils
to the
voting.
death
I've
of the
always been this
Democratic
way.
Party.
Wait, is Keith asking to join Live and Learn? Keith Edwards is in my chat.
Keith Edwards.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Wait,
He's
wait.
massive.
Let me ask.
He's
Wait,
massive.
just quickly.
If he wants on, you guys should bring him
Yeah.
on.
Yeah,
Bring
My
Keith
he's
opinion.
cool, dude.
Is
We
he
met him at
asking? Is that what
PNC.
chat said or no? He might be
Keith,
trolling me here.
Keith, come on in.
Wick.
or let Soy Pill or Hutch know if you want on.
I will
They can
fight
get on.
all of you, okay?
No,
Keith
no,
Edwards
we
too,
gotta,
okay?
we gotta be. There's a dog pile going on here. I feel like reflexively, I want to take the opposite position.
But Wick, so just
Go ahead.
straight
Doobie says, some had hoped Bibi could lead him around like Biden. Biden was empty threats and no action. Trump had given interviews where he said Bibi was a liar who doesn't want peace since leaving office. Yeah, sure. But didn't the Adelsons giving Trump $250 million for his campaign and saying they would give $250 more if he ran for a third term? Wasn't that kind of indicative that he would probably be in the Zionist pocket more than him saying that Bibi was a liar a couple of times on interviews? And then, quick reminder that Whick and Hutch said that they'd vote for Jeffrey Epstein if he had a Democrat by his name because MAGA is that dangerous when they were finger-wagging lefties about blue no matter who. That's true. It's true. I do think that the calculation is shifting as we're coming up on the midterms, right? As we're coming up on the midterms, the MAGA's threat, Donald Trump will be a lame duck. He will only be able to do things via executive order or trying to snake the 2028 presidency, but he doesn't have the support from, is it Minority Leader Thune in the House? Or is it Majority Leader Thune for now? But Thune, or was he Senate? Which one's Senate? What is Thune's title? Senate Majority Leader. Who is the Speaker of the House? Mike Johnson. Sorry. I'm insufficiently caffeinated today. But anyways, the point is that Thune and Johnson have both said that a third term isn't happening. And I think Trump's old as shit. So I don't think Trump is getting a third term. I think that what he will get is the capacity to tap the next Prince of MAGA on the shoulder. So if the pragmatists win, it'll be Rubio. If the Trump sycophants win and the techno-feudalists win, it'll be Vance. So I think that's Trump's next move. Now, that's not to say that the Republican governors couldn't do shiesty shit in order to try to get a Republican elected. I just think it's less likely without a Trump-style figure.
straight up. Who's worse right now, DSA or MAGA?
I think MAGA is worse because they control the government, but the DSA is worse because they're so insidious. And there's a difference.
Okay, so the immediate threat then is MAGA.
But it can, again, yes, but if we want to, because it's not just the immediate threat, like MAGA is not going to go away, right, in 2
But
years.
here's the
We
thing,
all
Wick,
understand that, correct?
We won't have those fights in the future if we don't get through 2028. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is
Sure.
nothing to worry about in the future about DSA
When we talk
taking
about
over.
2028, defeating DSA now will make it easier to defeat MAGA in 2028.
Okay, but what can be done? Hong is headed towards victory.
Again,
we can
sit
say,
out,
sit out and hope
don't
she
let her
loses
win
to
the
MAGA,
general.
I guess that's the solution.
So what if she wins? What's the strategy then?
If she wins, then we have a much harder time
Do we need
getting
a really moderate
candidates
candidate
that
for
can win in
Republicans
swing
so that
states.
the moderate Republican can beat her in 2030, whatever. Like, this is so crazy. Wait, why don't you stop being a pussy and just say you want MAGA to win instead of like, I'll sit it out. You're doing the same exact shit.
It's not being a pussy. I'm being honest.
All right.
I'm being straightforward.
You prefer she loses, which means MAGA wins. So you prefer MAGA wins.
All right, hold on.
You won't say it because
I want to interrogate. I want to interrogate the claim that, you said that we're understating the threat of DSA. I'm just curious.
Yes.
Do you think that, for example, do you think that the threat of DSA is literally that in 10 years' time, 40% of the country are going to think that we shouldn't have any immigration enforcement?
So
are you afraid of their specific ideology and policy platform actually being broadly popular with the electorate?
Well,
I got something to say on that. Real Serious for 100 Argentinian says, what Doobie and Officer Nasty are conveniently omitting is that moderates are not only thinking about withholding their vote because of nasty Democrats, it's because there's a fundamental disagreement on policy. True. Anonymous for 10, thank you for the 10, King. Quick reminder that Dems are only presenting lefties with the same apathy over Hassan and communism that they presented us with Gaza. Time to take your medicine and play your own political game. I'm confused again. Are you encouraging the factionalism that each faction has to play for their own victory within their sub-tribe? I'm having difficulty interpreting that, anonymous chatter. So if you don't have to donate again, just explain it in the chat and I'll be looking for your handle. But anyways, this explains my calculation for why I would choose Newsom or Rubio over AOC or Vance. But I wanted to show you guys this one again because 30% of the Democratic Party are currently identifying as Democratic Socialists in a poll, which I think is alarming. I don't think these people want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production and a Marxist-Leninist vanguard takeover of the United States. I think they want universal health care, affordable housing, affordable food, emphasis on labor and workers' rights, police reform and anti-police brutality, and affordable transportation. I think the actual DSA, though, they do argue for the decommodification of basic human needs, workers owning the means of production, defunding and abolishing police and prisons, tanky apologia for Soviet Russia and Maoist China, and support for Russia, Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas as anti-imperialist forces, open and anti-border rhetoric, and everyone is a fascist except for socialists. So for me, the quote-unquote sane social democrats are being duped and co-opted by insane douchebags. Now, I'm not going to read this entire segment, but I'm just going to point it out that if you were to argue with me, because I'm not resisting this as passionately because I understand like the progressive and leftist argument, but I don't like it. I do view this as a similar takeover to a political party as MAGA. I do view this quite similarly. But if I had to guess, what are the chances of a tanky takeover of the United States? It's very low. It's less than 5%. What's more likely is that the Democratic Socialists become a caucus within the Democratic Party, similar to Labor, and then they're a pain in the ass, and the left wing becomes really woke and really fucking cringe, arguably worse than the late 2010s and early 2020s, and it's annoying as shit, and then we have to fight about that. So, just in case you guys thought that, just because I agree with Whick and Destiny and Mooten, that I wish we could strangle the Democratic Socialists in the crib, doesn't mean that I'm in this, like, 5-alarm panic that we're on the verge of Hassan Piker being crowned communist dictator of America. It's probably not going to happen. They're just going to be a very loud and very annoying political caucus. Doobie says, Real implying he thinks moderates wouldn't have major policy disagreements with Epstein is a top 10 self-report of all time. Well, hold on. Did Jeffrey Epstein have policy prescriptions about lowering the age of consent? Do we know what Jeffrey Epstein's actual politics are? Because that's another thing that I don't like. We need to separate the personal from the professional. I don't hate Hassan Piker on a personal level. He banged some German prostitutes who might have been sexually exploited. He banged some porn stars, and he showed the Snapchats of the chick sending all the women who are anonymously sending titty pictures and pussy pictures to his Snapchat. He showed it to his boys. Okay, on a personal level, that's like general frat bro behavior. That I don't give a fuck about that, right? What I do give a fuck about is the simping for terrorist organizations, the desire to see America have an economic and military downfall on the world stage, the simping for our rivals and enemies, and a popularization of a historical narrative that I think is both like insidious and like rife with lies of omission. I hate Hassan Piker's politics. I don't necessarily hate him as a person, or I don't hate him for personal shit. John Kennedy says, Pisco and Soypill are such disingenuous fucks. They don't just want Whick to be honest. They want Whick to say he's supporting MAGA so they can morally ignore his argument. That's true. That is true. I don't think Pisco necessarily cares that about Whick's argumentation. I do think he just wants Whick to say, yes, I want to vote for the MAGA candidate over a DSA person, so he can call him crazy and bad. I agree with it. That's a pretty funny insight. Anonymous says, the apathy of not voting blue no matter who that they used to snub Hillary and Kamala was because we didn't moderate towards them. Now they don't want to play the game towards us. Gotcha. Okay, yes. I do understand. But then it feels like a hypocrisy. You do understand, though, that it feels like a hypocrisy argument on both sides, though. Because if you say, I'm not coming your way because fuck you, fuck your shitty politics, even if we lose to the right, I'm okay with losing to the right because fuck you. That is what the fucking far lefties were saying. It's just that in my opinion, the stakes were higher, right? The governorship of whatever the state is that they're talking about, and then the potential for a 2028 election shenanigans is probably not as extreme as the quote-unquote Gazan genocide. All right, got a couple more super chats before we get back into the content. Officer Nasty for 10 says, Mont, we don't need these stupid lefties to beat MAGA. They don't vote or help. Bailey, oh my God, the lefties are undercutting us and helping MAGA. We need win. We need to focus on them. Hold individuals accountable for their points of hypocrisy. I don't think that I've ever heard Hutch or Whick necessarily argue that we don't need the left, or the anti-MAGA coalition doesn't need the left. I have heard Destiny say that. I've definitely heard Steven say, we don't need the far lefties to win, which is interesting. All right, sorry. I'm going to try to get through these super chats. Real serious. My point is that if you had a horrible person pressing yes on pro-liberal policy, that's all they would care about. You have more pedophiles on your Discord friend list than I have in total, and it's not Mont and Bailey, officer dumbass. Oh, well, rude. Rude, real serious. Doobie says, judging by his friend Dershowitz, he would have wanted to lower the age of consent too, in my opinion, but if we ignore the diddler shit, he was a foreign spy influence agent, they'd vote for a foreign spy. Yeah. But, I mean, that's like Lockheed liberal shit, don't you think? I don't have a problem with Jeffrey Epstein being a foreign agent who helped facilitate American black ops during the 1980s and 1990s. I have problems with the child rape. You know what I'm saying?
No, but they don't need to be popular with the electorate.
Oh, Jen Winkler says, I finally have my AirPods in so I can hear. Jen Winkler, can you take credit for my thirst trap thumbnail that you were encouraging me to be more sexy on stream? Because JKXK was like, hey, why are you being so slutty in your thumbnail? So can you take credit for that, please?
Because they're not popular with the electorate now. To get into positions of influence and power within the party, to make the party have bad positions that cause us to never win an election again.
Did that happen with Biden, for example? I mean, he didn't adopt any of the like crazy positions. He made concessions to the left, but he didn't make concessions to like DSA. He wasn't like super extreme, right?
Sure, and Biden was a great president, and he made some concessions to the progressives. But I agree.
I agree with you that the threat of DSA is that they can rat fuck the party and help Republicans win future elections. But I just when I look at their past performances and just the trend lines that have occurred throughout this entire era of Trump, it is just so obvious that they will never be broadly popular enough to. So like their illiberalism to me is like,
I think it's bad. And it's about MAGA. When in 2012, 2011, 2013, when the Tea Party was starting getting ready and MAGA was just kind of like a baby in the crib, I heard those same arguments from many of my Republican friends.
But DSA's policy platform is considerably less popular than MAGA's, like by orders of magnitude.
For
right?
now,
like
yes.
Well, that's why I asked you. Do you think it's plausible that like in 10 years, 40% of the country are going to say like we shouldn't have borders or immigration enforcement?
I think it's possible. Is it likely? I don't know how likely. I can't give you.
I don't think that's going to happen.
So
I really.
Wait. I'm triggered by chat. Everyone's saying I don't have this fucking energy for lefties. Doesn't know who the fuck I am and how I've been yelling at them for the past 2 years about how they threw away their fucking power and votes. Shut the fuck up.
To be clear, hey, I just want to make it clear too. Soy Pill's my buddy. Everyone here is my buddy.
My boy.
We like each other. We're friends.
I know you can take it.
We're fighting.
I wouldn't be yelling
okay.
at Whick this hard if I didn't love him. Okay?
Exactly. I don't call people. If I didn't respect you, I wouldn't be fighting you. I'd be like, okay, whatever, and just go.
Wait, Josiah had a question. I want to hear it.
Yeah. So Whick, I'll take what Hutch said there at face value. I don't know what the relative polling popularity is between DSA's positions versus MAGA's or the Tea Parties, but Hutch, knows what he's talking about. So let's just take that at face value. So there's so many differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, DSA and MAGA and the Tea Party. One thing that frustrates me when I see this in my mentions, all of my fucking mentions about, well, look what happened to Republicans, look what happened to Republicans. And when we go through all the many reasons that the differences, the major differences between the two parties, it seems like it just goes right over people. It just washes off. The fact that something happened to the Republican Party does not mean that it will happen to the Democratic Party.
Not necessarily.
Correct. So,
but do you think we're like immune to it?
I think that it is much less likely. I'm not going to sit here and say that in no timeline in the multiverse could some sort of MAGA style takeover of the Democratic Party occur, but you, in my opinion, should be justifying your fear, because the other thing is this. You have the fact that the Republican Party is much more demographically and ideologically homogenous compared to the Democratic Party. You have what Hutch said about the relative popularity of the positions that the fringe elements took before they eventually conquered the Republican Party. And you have the fact that constitutionally speaking, the Democratic Party is infinitely more likely to fight amongst themselves and to eject not only members, but leaders. We effectively kicked out the sitting president of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, because we thought he was an electoral liability. Yes. The Republican Party is just not capable of that. And then the other thing is this. Okay. We just don't see a history of it in the Democratic Party. And despite all of these differences, nobody has yet to account for that. Nobody who takes your position, not Destiny, not Mooten, not you, nobody has said, okay, here's why I still fear that this thing could occur within the Democratic Party.
I can lay it out. So this idea that we don't have a history of this is just not true. If you look at the party from 2012 and its evolution to today, we have much more left-leaning people of influence and power. Like, for example, last cycle, it would have been unheard of for anyone to be campaigning with Hassan Piker. That just would not have happened.
Oh my God.
Right?
I mean, he wasn't involved in that kind of shit. He himself didn't involve himself in that. That's the metric?
No, that's one of the metrics. Are you saying I'm wrong? That if Hassan Piker was doing it back then,
the Overton window
people would be
shifted
campaigning with
substantially
him
in the
back
last 10
then?
years.
I don't think
No, that's not what he just said. No. I agree that the party has become more left-wing. Part of the reason you know that is because Joe Biden was the most progressive president of our lifetime. And Joe Biden was influenced heavily by people like Bernie Sanders and other, very left-wing members of the Democratic Party. I'm not denying that, but the question is, like, if the metric is Hassan Piker wouldn't have done that back in the day, or Hassan Piker didn't do that with them. Okay, but isn't it the whole complaint that he didn't used to do this kind of like intervention for Democrats?
I don't think that was the complaint that we were poking at. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I think the that complaint about Hassan Piker not doing canvassing operations or not participating in electoral politics was because his rhetoric always matched like an emergency. Oh, the American people are enslaved by capitalism and, the Israel, and I don't even know if he was talking about Israel back then. But basically, it seemed like he thought that Americans were in a economic, political, and social emergency, but he wasn't putting forth any effort. But I think that another common criticism at the time was that he was too controversial in order to go do said canvassing operations. So there's a point of personal hypocrisy towards Hassan Piker, but then there was also a point of, well, if you were a decent Democrat, you wouldn't canvass with him anyways, right? So I think the point was about the latter, not the former. But I'm happy to hear the argumentation about both. Real Serious says, for the record, I agree that for now the lefties are the low-risk option versus another potential MAGA win. I just think moderates have the right to think about it. Guess I have more principles than some. Yeah. I'm not dogging really anybody in this fight because it's all a danger calculation of how dangerous you think MAGA is in the downswing. I'm praying, maybe this is just like hopeful thinking, but I'm praying that Donald Trump becomes a lame duck and then all these like small Republican betrayals of Donald Trump that are kind of happening right now, I hope they accelerate after November because the Republican Party is going to realize that like, well, this is the post-Trump era. He's a lame duck anyways. Fuck him. So if he does some stupid shit, we're going to lay into him because fuck him. Doobie says, Lockheed liberal shit is when you elect a foreign spy working to undermine your nation and push us into stupid wars to benefit a foreign nation. I agree, but didn't expect the self-report, to be honest. Well, I think wars in the Middle East and North Africa do benefit us as well. I just think that Iran, like, so for instance, like if we could do regime change in Iran in a way that was relatively low cost to us and a low amount of blood for the Iranian people, like, I don't know, giving the Iranian people a shitload of Starlink terminals and small arms, then I would be ecstatic for Iran to have a regime change. However, I think the way that we've done it is stupid. So just to delineate that, I have no problems with America projecting power overseas through soft and hard power and undermining our rivals and enemies. I do have a problem with it when we do it stupidly. Real Serious says, Doobie, if Hitler was running with the DSA and would vote to provide aid to Gaza and withdraw all support from Israel aligned with the DSA platform, would you vote for him? That's for you, Doobie. Doobie says, I'm looking forward to Vance running against AOC so all the Lockheed liberals can post their Why I Left the Left videos and reveal themselves as embarrassed Republicans who just hated Trump. Wow. That's pretty fucking cynical. Doobie says, I beg you to play the Fox News video about Hassan. I'm going to DM you. It's only a minute or so. Okay. That sounds fun, actually. Definitely DM me that.
The whole complaint with Hassan is he's a terrorist supporting anti-Semite. Whether he campaigned with us or not,
Keith said he joined. By the way, I just texted him. Keith said he'll join.
Okay. That feels a bit disingenuous, Pisco. Because wait,
what's disingenuous?
Because you're saying like, well, wasn't the complaint that he wasn't out there like supporting Democrats? It's like, well, that's not really what we're talking about, right?
No.
He's only out there right now supporting.
I'm saying something different. What I'm saying is, if he was not like even involving himself in that time period, then there's nothing to compare X versus Y, right? I agree that like it's not the whole like him not being involved in favor of Kamala or Biden, that kind of stuff. I'm just saying in terms of yeah, okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So, did you send him the link, Josiah?
I'm sending it right now via Twitter DM.
Okay, great, and he can get in there.
I
can fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. But here's the thing. In this Pisco, this is a problem I have with you. Like, I'm trying to paint a picture of a wall, and every time I paint a brick, you're like, we gotta stop at the brick, and we gotta litigate this brick right now. Let me get through it, and then you can take me brick by brick.
That's Pisco liking to linearize his arguments.
It's overall that the party has shifted to the left. If it's that, I'll grant it. Yes, it's true.
Okay, well, that just shifting to the left isn't sufficient for this, right? And I think we'd both agree on that. It wouldn't be sufficient to make my case.
Yeah, agreed.
It does kind of show that the party can change over time, right? Like, Josiah, you're pointing to a snapshot of right now. You don't think, and to be clear, I agree with you. Like, this instant, we're not tomorrow we're not going to have DSA just take over in a night of the broken glass, like Light of the Long Knives. That's not going to happen. But my fear is this is going to start a ball rolling that's going to be harder and harder and harder to stop as it gets bigger and bigger.
Right, but what's the way to stop that, Wick?
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit just because I want to react to it, and Lonerbox is saying that he wants to yap. So I'm gonna fast forward just 5 minutes when we get this this other guy in here. Now, what's funny is this Keith Edwards guy. He jumps in and he's like, "Yo, I'm a DSA member, but I'm just a lib." And then he says some shit that kind of sounds dog whistly, which I think is mad funny. I want to hear the chat's reaction to what he says and see if they think it's like a dog whistle or see if they think that he's being earnest. So, Doobie says, at real serious, no, Nazis are bad, okay? Also, everything said about Hassan in this Fox video is true and based. It's why I love him. Well, let's check this out real quick because this is probably going to hurt me psychically. Hold on.
This is the Will Cain Show. Democrats have a new kingmaker. He's the visionary of the left. He's the visionary of Democratic Socialist. And it's his party, Piker's party. And that party has an invite list. And he has a vision, not just as who should be elected to office, but as to the future of the Democratic Socialist of America. When asked a very interesting question about what he would add to the platform, here's what he said about the future of the DSA.
Arrest and prosecute and bring about corruption charges for every prominent member of this administration that is engaged in corruption. Prosecute and arrest ICE agents that have also done crimes as well on the job.
Bring out the secret police. Live.
Fuck. Wow. I didn't know I could hate something that much. Gosh darn it.
Yo, what up, Keith?
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good, buddy. You doing well, man?
Wait,
double check you're using the right mic. Go to settings at the bottom and then make sure it's the right mic there.
Certified little Brady Bunch here.
Is that? I'm gonna put Wick in the center though. There we go. Yeah.
Hold on. Do another mic check. Keith, do another mic check for us.
Hello.
Yeah,
there you go.
There you
That's
go.
better. Yep.
All right, there we go. Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, and to be clear, the reason why I hated that so much was because that was like the least offensive thing that Hassan Piker has ever said. Prosecute bad cops and prosecute corrupt politicians. That is seriously like that is seriously like the least offensive thing that he's ever said.
What's your take on all this?
This is a lot of men. It's the manliest podcast there is. Oh my god.
Yeah.
So Keith, what you said you could only be here for 20 minutes. So weigh in on this. We're curious.
What is the topic at hand? I was gonna yell that in your chat, Hutch. So, I'm grateful to be
a bigger threat than MAGA right now. That's the topic.
Is DSA a bigger threat than MAGA?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's broader discourse about the concept of blue no matter who, and Wick is taking.
Where should our lines be? Where should our lines be? Is it blue no matter who?
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I don't like is I think like there's a lot of personalities on Twitter who are doing this, and I really try not to do it. I think attacking the factions within the left does not help anyone, and I think like one of the things that MAGA has done for better or for worse is they're kind of, I mean, we're seeing it splinter now, but they're pretty cohesive. And I think like when it comes to most things, I think everyone on this live stream probably agrees on most of the big things, right?
Yes.
And so it's like that small 5%, it just doesn't feel like we're all on the same team. Maybe that sounds like really like naive or something, but I think like we're all trying to like work towards in the same direction.
Well,
and
let me push back. I don't think the DSA has the same end goals as liberals and progressives. They want to go far further than that. They want to end capitalism,
I think
right?
they have an extreme endpoint, but I do think the DSA does want to get to the same. We are all going in the same direction. I think they have a more extreme end.
I disagree.
Than say like liberalism, but I don't think they are totally different. Sure. I don't think they're like.
I mean, they literally say we're not Democrats. We're using the Democrats, and like, don't get me wrong. Just to push back on this, Keith.
That's not what Keith is saying, though. Keith is saying that they have a more extreme endpoint. They're just traveling in the same direction. And guess what, libs? Yeah, they're on your team, bitch. They're on your team. The same way that you've been fucking laughing and castigating any neoconservative, any Never Trump conservative, any Nikki Haley conservative, any tradcon, well, not even tradcon, any social conservative, any fiscal conservative, any conservatarian. And you're just like, oh, you have a totally unprincipled shitbird right-wing ideology that has corrupted and destroyed your party. And because you're right-wing, you travel in the same direction, so fuck you. Well, guess what? I'm going to flip that argumentation. Liberals want some things that are further left than me. Progressives definitely want things that are further left than me. Social Democrats want some things that are further left than me. And leftists definitely want a shitload of things that are further left than me. So you guys are all on the same fucking continuum. Okay? You're all on the same continuum. You just have different endpoints. Yeah. Keith Edwards W. Keith Edwards descriptive W.
Totally for criticizing these people. The people that say you can't punch left, I think are very, very stupid. They just don't want the heat. I think Whick is totally fine to call these people out. My issue with Whick is that he says, well, to beat them, we need to let MAGA win. I'm fine with
Tiffany
criticizing these people, primarying these people. Look at what happened with Cory Bush, with Jamal Bowman. If you don't like these people, once they get the power, this is the time where we say, well, no, this is bad. You're passing bad policy. Let's get rid of these people.
I just think there's like not this like inherent evil with some people on the left just because they see things a little differently than you do.
No, that's
all.
That's not why. It's not because they see things differently, right? It's because they want to do things that I think that would fundamentally destroy our party and destroy America, and they hang out and are boosted by people.
How many DSA members are there? Aren't there like only like 100,000 or something?
Yeah,
doesn't take much.
But
here's
you're really worried about 100,000 people are going to destroy the country?
There are polls showing.
I'm worried that 100,000 idiots are going to influence a third of the Democratic Party into being even dumber than they currently are. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. This is actually where I start to hate Keith. Keith goes, oh, we're so cute. We're so kawaii. We're so small. Right? And so as a result, you know, just ignore us. Ignore us as we capture more and more of the political Overton window and national discourse and zeitgeist. That's what pisses me off about Keith. It really does. Real Serious' top 5 dick riders of all time: Lena R, Angela W, Abella D, Violet M, and Doobie. So, oh, okay, I get it. First 4 are porn stars. So I don't know these girls' names. I'm just gonna take a stab in the dark. Okay. Lana Rhodes, Angela White, Bella Danger, Violet Myers, and Doobie. Now, I don't know what those last girls' names are because I don't look at pornography. Pornography is degenerate. It's gross. You should never look at pornography. So I have no idea what those people's last names are. I just took a stab in the dark.
It just feels like this feels like misplaced.
I think it's more about their oversized impact on the discourse. So it's true that very few people in this country identify as like an authoritarian leftist or like an.
I need to get some water. I'll be right back.
actual Marxist or could even like define what those words mean.
But DSA is not made up with people who think they're Marxists or.
Oh no. Wait, hold on, hang on.
No, I'm saying there are people in DSA.
like
there are people in DSA who think they are Marxists. Yes.
No, that's the whole. But no, that's the whole org. That's the entire organization.
Like, do you believe in everything in the Democratic Party?
No, I don't. But I'm saying like the organization.
Well, then there's
DSA
a lot of people in the DSA who also
no.
do not agree with like that. Like what do they put like those things that they believe in? I don't know what the
abolish prisons and everything.
Yeah. That shit's nuts. I was at a DSA meeting 3 weeks ago, and they were like, a majority of the people who were there were like, yeah, that shit's insane. The thing is like, there's a discrepancy. There's like there's internal debates too, of like where the DSA wants to head. And there's a huge difference between the national DSA versus local chapters.
Well,
and I think that's something.
Listen, I take your point. You can have chapters that are maybe more moderate than others, but if I go to the DSA platform, the very first thing at the very top here asks, imagine taking a day off from work and a future without capitalism. That's the very first thing that they mentioned on their website. And so, you can say that you went to a meeting and there were people that were more chill, but the organization is like very definitionally.
I understand. And I think
anti-capitalist, anti-liberal.
Yes, I think the people at the top of the DSA, but I think there's also like this fight within the DSA to decide in what direction.
No one hates DSA more than the internal members. All they do is fight. But first of all, guys, if anyone called me a sweeper before, I think you can say I'm strictly to the right of Keith on the defense here. This is very clearly like, all right, like they want very different things than the current Democratic Party. They want to use the Democratic Party to achieve those things. I think you're downplaying the severity of how bad it could get. I'm just saying MAGA's worse right now.
Well, wait a minute. So this is something new because I didn't realize this. Of course, it's because I don't obsess over it. But the DSA platform was not voted on by its 100,000 members. Is that correct? It was approved.
No, they have a convention and they have their
there's a convention
and they vote on the platform. So it's democratized within the institute.
No, there's a vote. I don't know how the whole process works, but it's not like every member is voting on the platform.
Well, and also,
it's like you're a Democratic Party member. Did you vote on the Democratic Party platform?
No, but if it was so disanalogous to what you believed, would you call yourself a Democrat, or would you say, "Hey, I'm an independent and I don't really agree with most of this, but I'm going to vote as a Democrat," right?
Doobie responds, I would ride my friend Comrade Piker for the revolution. Also, Whick keeps saying the DSA is a liberal. What illiberal things are the DSA pushing? Not socialism or communism, the DSA themselves. I think the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production would require, I've already gone over this a million times, like as recently as 2020, I was saying this. The kind of state you would need in order to enforce that economic state of affairs would have to be as large and as authoritarian as the CCP. Like you would need a state capitalist CCP style government in order to enforce the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. And the fact that, a sixth of my chat said that they would give up their necessary liberty for temporary security is not boding well for my estimation of the Democratic Socialists of America.
Right? Like, you wouldn't be a paying member of an organization that was that antithetical to what you truly believed, right?
I also think
you would.
It's a bit of a cop-out to say, sorry, Keith, I'll just be real quick. It's a bit of a cop-out to say, I'm not attacking you on this, Keith, but some of these DSA people they're like, I'm not associated with the national, I'm with the local. Well, Hong did that from Wisconsin. I looked up her Madison branch, and sure enough, there's a working group to abolish prisons in there when she said she doesn't support that. So I feel like the local groups are pretty much in line with the national too.
That's just hasn't been my experience, but yeah, I guess you could paint with a broad brush and.
Well, I think there would be like unfairly mischaracterizing a group, and then there's taking their national platform. I think like the Democratic Party national platform similarly defines the party when those things are relevant every 4 years. And I just don't understand this idea that we
wouldn't give disgrace to MAGA. Like if someone was like, well, I don't vote with Trump on everything, and there's some things I disagree with MAGA brand, but 80% of the time, 75% of the time, they identify as MAGA, we wouldn't grant them disgrace. Why are we doing it for these guys?
Is it MAGA or MAGA?
I don't fucking know.
Make America.
I would like to know. I think it's MAGA. Don't give.
I do think that statement is particularly funny coming from Whick because of Tallybots. And truth be told, Tallybots does not get that grace from anybody but Whick. But for those of you who don't know, there was a progressive lefty girl named Tally who effectively saw the anti-white and anti-Jewish rhetoric heighten after October 7, 2023. And then she realized that she hated a substantial amount of the leftists and progressives that she was surrounded with. And she did a protest vote for the right wing. And I think she describes herself as like a center-right liberal. And so what's funny is while Whick is saying like, we would never grant this person, this style of person, this level of grace, he's friends with that person. But everybody else in this room fucking hates her. It's crazy. Doobie for 10 says, okay, there's no pushing anything illiberal, just can't imagine them being able to reach their goals without turning into the CCP. That's what drives Wicks, their illiberal shit, lazy as fuck. I don't know. Do we want to go to the DSA national platform and just see if we can spot anything? I'll read it real quick and see if there's any anti-freedom bullshit in here.
Don't give them the soft A. They don't deserve it.
The hard A.
Good one.
I think with peace and love in my heart, I feel like, Keith, you're sane washing a little bit. There's this concept in those circles of entryism where these groups will deliberately infiltrate, parties like the Democratic Party, and then they run on populist, broadly like popular economic policies like, rent control or, lower taxes for middle income and low income people and subsidize healthcare. But the whole point is to sort of like hollow out the institution and rebuild it in their image, or do what they call like a dirty break where they get enough support.
Are you a DSA member, Keith?
I'm a DSA member. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So Keith, do you support those things we've talked about, like abolishing prison?
No, I don't.
Well, why did you join DSA then?
Because
what made you join?
It's not. Well, first off, have you? I think if you've ever been a part of a political group, they're more aligned with what I believe and the actions that they take than like the local Democratic club that I used to be a member of.
Yeah. What did the DSA do? What do they stand for that you think makes you want to align with them more than a Democrat?
Well, I like that they're actually action oriented and they're trying to do things locally within like New York or Florida. And they actually seem to be doing things that are changing politics for the better, in my opinion. We have Zoran Mamdani, who, if not for the DSA, AOC, if not for the DSA, wouldn't be political figures. And it just was really funny to me that the establishment is so upset about the DSA when they're actually just helping create better politicians that actually are helping the Democratic brand.
Hold on. Well, how do you square that? How do you square that with like JB Pritzker, for example, who's been really aggressive on super progressive policy? Or how do you square that with Abigail Spanberger, who signed nearly 1,000 bills into law in her first 90 days? I mean, you say like DSA are the ones that are action oriented, but I just never hear a peep about politicians like Shapiro, who has like God tier net approval.
No. I'm saying like Amazon is fighting a bill that's going through the city council in New York that would make it so that delivery drivers who do the last mile here in New York City have to actually be Amazon employees. Right now, they're contractors. And so they've been taking a lot of actions around that to help push that through the process of the city council. That's what I mean.
Sure, but that's not exclusive
I don't feel
to
that
DSA.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's a DSA thing.
That's not a DSA exclusive.
That is the DSA.
Like
No, the DSA is like they find specific things like that help workers, like bills like that, and they try to make sure that they are putting pressure on the politicians to get it passed, and also making people aware that Amazon and other companies
You don't think
are trying to
Democrats
fight
do
it.
this?
Well, Keith, to bridge the gap,
No.
here, I think
You don't
No, I
think
don't think.
hold on.
But there's the
Whoa,
thing. It's
whoa,
like
whoa.
it's
You
an
don't think
act.
Democrats
It's
have
more.
stood up for the working class again and again and again with bill after bill after bill?
No, I'm
Spanberger
saying
is a
that
pretty good
Democrats aren't
example.
organized like that on the local level. That's what I mean.
So you're saying the local Democratic chapters don't have that
No,
energy
I've been in local Democratic chapters. They literally exist to help the members of Congress and the local electeds stay in power. That's the whole point. And trust me, there's no activism at the Democratic clubs, at least the ones in New York City.
Doesn't
you're
that
saying
So the closest thing that I found in their statement on the home website was, we want to collectively own the key economic drivers that dominate our lives, such as energy production, transportation. So, you know, and then fucking conservative liberalism says this is a small cry compared to the Patriot Act, Palantir, facial recognition software, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Listen, man, I don't know if you know this about me, but I can actually believe that two bad things exist at one time. So, for instance, if the right wing, weirdly enough, deregulates in order to let right-wing security companies put up cameras all over the United States with facial recognition software and uses the NSA backdoor programs into our smartphones in order to spy on every single bad thing we ever do ever, and then gives that data to the federal government so they can either blackmail or assassinate anyone who is a dissident in this country. Yeah, that's obviously fucking horrific and terrible. Also, giving socialists control of, like, dominating control of energy and transport inside the United States is a non-starter for me. So you can say, well, the lefties are never going to get that. The fact that they want it makes me want to tell them to go fuck themselves. Okay? So, two bad things can exist at once, and both of them should be fought simultaneously.
the
seem a little
local
bit-
game,
doesn't that
in
seem
your
a little bit
opinion.
broad?
Well,
I
yeah,
mean, like,
wait a
doesn't
minute,
that-
just to clarify here. So what you're saying is, so if I understand you correctly, because they're hitting you with like statewide and national figures, and to be clear, Keith, and I'm sure you would agree, there is an overstatement on the part of the left that Democrats never get anything done. You know that's bullshit. Like, you know, again, Spanberger's a good example. Joe Biden got a lot done. Like, there is a lot of movement at the national and state level from quote-unquote establishment Democratic figures. But you're saying at the local level, in your experience, the DSA there was more game in town for the local chapter of the DSA, and that's what, because you're in New York, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
you know, you signed up with the New York DSA because for local issues you preferred them as opposed to the
Yes.
Democratic Party.
Yes. And as I'm saying, I mean, I know you all want to be like DSA is a little. I'm not a Marxist. You know, I consider myself to be like a social democrat. You know, and there's a lot of people like me, but I say the main people who go to these meetings are just more progressive Democrats. And so it's like I don't know, like, but I understand like the party platform and that lady that went on Fox News.
The biggest faction in
but
the
also,
DSA
like,
are
why
Marxists.
can't I be a member of something and trying to do what I can to put my beliefs onto the party, onto the group too? So it's like, I think
you
like
can't
this
do that. The
idea of like
argument is
having
that the majority of DSA is Marxist-Leninist, and their end goals are not the same as yours if you truly aren't a Marxist-Leninist.
Wait,
no, they're not.
Wait, is the argument that the Democratic Socialists are Marxist-Leninists?
Well, I don't know about
One of the
NL
largest
specifically, but like definitely like
are Marxists.
One of the largest
Marxists,
factions
yeah,
within the DSA are Marxist, explicit.
Goopy for set 10 says, I don't know, coming up with ways to provide publicly owned options for energy transportation seems like it'll make a lot of lives better. Stop thinking about your Chevron stock immediately. I don't care about options, King. I care about control. So, for instance, let's say the DSA says, oh, well, we want you to have options instead of your local public utility. So we're actually going to, you know, do low interest loans for solar power and battery storage inside your house so you can minimize your energy bill on a month-to-month basis. And not only that, you can effectively, you know, through our extremely subsidized and low interest loans, you can actually just roll it into the equity of your property. That's an option. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with socialists controlling the fucking energy grid. And let's say that the socialists wanted to give us a transportation option. Let's say that they wanted to make sure that buses were cheap, safe, and clean, and we built a bunch of trains that were available for public consumption. Of course, I would be okay with that. But what I'm not okay with them, which, by the way, I don't think they would have the ability to self-limit on this, I don't want them to prohibit legally, private transportation vehicles and or carbon-based transportation vehicles. So it's all about how much power you give these fucking people. You want to give me options? Give me options. You want control of entire industries? You can go fuck yourself. Who is this? John Kennedy with another 20. Thank you, King. I've started working out every other day in my living room. All exercises use 25-pound kettlebells, overhead press, squats, goblet march, kettlebell swing, one-arm rows. Over the past 2 weeks, I've lost 5 pounds. Fuck, I'm tired. John Kennedy, strong recommendation. Number one, congratulations, King, and good on you for doing that. Keep going. Number two, strong recommendation for just walking. Okay? Literally, I found a local lake. I don't know why I said literally. I found a local lake that is very pretty and very aesthetically pleasing, and the lap around it is a mile. And I just go do a 20 to 30 minute brisk walk around the lake, and people watch while listening to music, and it has been phenomenal for my mental and physical health. So you don't need to run, you don't need to bike, you don't need to row, literally just go walk. But that's awesome, Bro Beans, and I'm proud of you.
Guys, should we get a woman's voice in here?
Not Marxist-Leninist.
Keith already said about how all the testosterone on here.
Do it.
All right, let's do another panel.
Well,
we could get 9. We could fit 9 people in here.
Time anyway.
I do have something.
Someone somewhere says, again, you could just look at how this functions in every other liberal democracy. Socialists have yet to control anything in almost 100 years. They never controlled any industry. I don't even think that's true. The left wing definitely pushed for state-controlled healthcare in the United Kingdom with mixed results. I'm pretty sure in the United Kingdom they also own the trains. I think they got privatized after a while, but I'm pretty sure that socialists or state control of public transport has been pretty deeply enshrined. Now, if you just want to say, hey, bro, chill the fuck out, socialists are just going to become a caucus within the Democratic Party, that's fine. And that's infinitely more likely than a Marxist-Leninist. Did you hear me when I said that somewhere that there's a 98% chance that the Democratic Socialists are just going to become a caucus within the Democratic Party, a very loud and annoying caucus, but the chances of a Marxist takeover of the United States is less than 5%? I think you heard me say that.
I do have to get to, but
I am.
I do want to thank you for coming on.
Are you a card-carrying
Keith,
DSA member? What do you have to say
right
about this?
In real time. Nice to see you.
No, can you guys hear me? Well, I've never done it this way before. Okay, that's good. Wick, I thought you missed me. What happened? You're all of a sudden you have to go now.
Well, because I had the Liberal Action Network thing I have to do, and
okay,
I told them I'd push it back a little bit because I wanted to fight the good fight here. But
this is more important.
No, I'll give you 10 minutes and then I have to go.
There's good liberal work to be done, Wick. Come on.
Yes, that's why I'm here. I'll give you 10 minutes and then I do have to fulfill my responsibilities. So.
True.
All right,
I don't want to interrupt. I know you guys were just in the middle of something.
Ladies and gentlemen, so basically what... Yeah, sorry. Hey, Loner, can you wait 1 second just while I put a bow on this segment and then I'll come join? 30 seconds, 2 minutes. Yeah. So basically, just to put a bow on this, Whick asks the Keith Edwards guy if Hassan Piker shocked his dog, and half of the audience is like, "What the fuck?" And then Whick dips out. So that's the capstone on the drama. But Lonerbox wants to talk. I want to talk to Lonerbox. So All right, I'm back, King. Let me go ahead and open this call up. I'm going to turn on my camera. I'm going to flip over to my debate screen.
Oh, shit.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. I just need to... Wait, pop out. I'm going to need to do my camera as well because I didn't think about that. 1 second. It means deactivate here. Activate here. Okay. Hi.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. What's your story?
Life is a mixed bag. Got some personal shenanigans, some professional shenanigans, but overall, life is still lifing. So I'm not complaining. I do complain a shitload, but I try not to.
You don't complain always. Yeah, it's just a short sentence.
I don't know if you've seen that like TikTok where it's like my parents didn't raise a quitter, they raised a complainer. Like I'll do what I need to do, but you're going to hear about it. That's pretty much my vibe.
I'm familiar with the strategy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I wanted to call was because I watched your debate with Rob Noor. I did enjoy it a lot, by the way. I do think that there was a component missing that made the conversation a little bit unwieldy, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Okay.
So, I watched and talked to a couple of dissident right-wing philosophers, effectively like Cultured Thug and Keith Woods. Are you familiar with them at all?
No.
Okay. They're more on like alternative platforms. I forget what like the platform that doesn't ban Nazis on, but that's like Cultured Thug's platform. And so effectively like the way that they explained fascism to me, which I feel really does capture it succinctly, is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. Can I show you a silly cartoon drawing that I made that has a cartoon stick figure penis?
I think so.
Okay. 1 second. All right, pulling this up. All right, share. Oh, where is it? Here it is. Okay, so I'm going to zoom this in. And are you live?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to share this with you and your audience if they're capable of seeing it. So the way to conceptualize political corporatism isn't like the marriage of business in the state, although you can weirdly enough find definitions of that on the internet. It's analogizing it to a human body and then thinking of that as like a cohesive whole. And so the way that I did that was I drew a stick figure that has culture as the bones, the economy as the heart, the brain as the government, the white blood cells as law enforcement, hospice asylums and public hospitals as the intestinal tract, training, education, and academia as the testes, and a pronatal cultural conservatism that propagates the society as the penis. And this is really like half, in my opinion, like half of the conception is analogizing the nation, the people, and the state, the government, to a single biological entity. So do you have any questions, comments, or pushback on that?
Is this just like another way of saying palingenetic ultranationalism?
It's not, because palingenesis, like obviously with palingenesis, old and then paleo and then genetic, new. So you're taking like an old story and then you're making it new or whatever. That's not really a part of this conception. And then ultranationalism arguably could be, but then with ultranationalism, you can define your nation, your people, how you want. So for instance, like I'm sure you're already aware of this, but in Italy, there's like multiple sub-identities. There's like the Sicilians and the Lombards and the Etruscans and the Romans and the fucking, I'm sure another half dozen identities that are in Italy that could identify as separate identities, but Mussolini effectively said, no, we're one thing, right? We're Italians. We're descendants of Rome. And I'm also pretty sure in Spain, they also had like a multi-ethnic nationalism, even though they were under a fascist state, because that's what was required. It was really with Germany that they identified like the Aryan ethno group as like the sole correct inheritors of Germany.
Hmm?
Like, we could have multiracial fascism, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to establish. Like, that would differentiate it from a lot of people's conception of ultranationalism. But the thing that was missing from the conversation, in my opinion, was and by the way, like, I think political corporatism is a useful political conception. The main problem with it is, of course, like, you analogize other people not to a part of the political corporative group, but as like cancer or a virus or AIDS or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, just a popular conception. I know you're not disagreeing, but like, Jews are viewed as like a parasite that has infected the political corporative body, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then with the flexible authoritarianism, you guys talked about authoritarianism, but this is where I feel like Rob really kind of like muddied the waters by just saying any kind of authority is fascism. You know, like Democrats, when they use law enforcement to enforce COVID restrictions, is fascism, which is fucking silly, right? Like,
yeah,
so
but
for
well,
instance,
that's like the approach of like, I have nothing to say on this topic, so I'm just going to try and muddy the waters by pretending to be dumb about what authoritarianism is. I think I kind of got around that quite easily by saying that when I say authoritarian, and when people like Paxton talk about the abandonment of democratic liberties that fascists tend to share, I'd be talking about the way that they are contrasted with a liberal system whereby citizens get to choose the makeup of government through elections. If you either respect that system or you don't, and that's kind of where the authoritarian line is for me, like the very clear one, the easy one.
well, and even as an example, and additional examples, we could still use differentiations in authoritarianism and fascism. So, for instance, like, would you consider Iran, or I don't consider Iran or China fascist? Do you consider Iran or China fascist?
Iran kind of is, actually, yeah. And a very, you're making like a couple of amendments, but not really. Like, the Iranian leadership since Khomeini are populist. They do this. And they function like populists do in charge. They don't completely revolutionize like the entire old system. Like, the old military still exists in Iran. Like, they are still separate from the IRGC. So they still share power with like a conservative old guard in a way. Obviously, it's very biased in favor of the regime, but they still use populist messaging. It's just that their populism is more that like the establishment is like the rest of the world and Israel more so than within. But they also their nationalism is very similar to fascist nationalism as well. It's a story of humiliation at the hands of the rest of the world, the need to show strength so we can rebuild the rest of the world in our image.
So where you're saying they're fascistic
victimhood.
is that they're palingenetic and they're populist nationalistic. So there's like fascist stuff.
Yeah,
there.
and obviously they're authoritarian. Yeah, so but like the only thing that from Paxton, I feel like his objection to Iran is that because their nationalism is not actually traditional nationalism. Like, they're not Iranian nationalists in the IRGC. They are Islamic nationalists. So to them, the nation is the Ummah. It's all Islamic countries. That's why they talk about spreading the revolution. But
that
to
is
me,
interesting, because isn't there some antagonism between like the Shia and Sunni though? Don't they, like, even though they support Hamas, isn't there some kind of like antagonisms between the Shia and Sunni sects?
Yeah, of course there are. But to the Islamic Republic of Iran, they think that that antagonism shouldn't exist. It should just be an Islamic nation comprising all the Islamic countries.
Okay, that's interesting. The reason
they
why
think that Islam basically fell from grace ever since the 7th century, ever since after the Prophet died. They think that Islam fucked itself by allowing foreign influences to corrupt their society, right? Like, so they're very much like back to day one. Yeah.
Actually, so am I being racist? Is your background or your parents Lebanese?
Yeah.
And then were they Christian, Muslim, Jewish?
They're Maronite, so Christian, Catholic.
Got you. Okay. The reason why I was asking was because I read the Quran, and one of the funniest things that I saw in the Quran was basically Muhammad says, if there's a sectarianism after me, that has nothing to do with me. And then I think that's what's so funny about that is, of course, immediately after his death, because there wasn't like a planned succession, it immediately fell into sectarian violence. But, kind of a convenient scripture. The reason why, or what I'm showing you on the screen right now, though, the reason why I wanted to bring up flexible authoritarianism is because of this, like, we, in liberal societies, we have this, like, conception of the individual, and then collectivists will oftentimes appeal to the collective good as a way to subordinate the individual. But I think what fascists try to do is they try to reconcile the struggle between the collective and the individual by saying great individuals will struggle against the collective, but the greatest of the individuals will impose their willpower and power upon the structures that exist. And then not just that, but within the fascist desire to seize and consolidate power and then advocate in the political corporate of good, they don't necessarily care about institutions. So if you can co-opt an institution to your end, the way that Hitler arguably co-opted the parliament, or the way that Mussolini co-opted and or subordinated the church and the monarchy, or power shared with them, I suppose. If a power can be co-opted, you co-opt it. If you need to dissolve or ignore a power that challenges your authority, you dissolve it or you ignore it. And so that's where this argument about whether or not Trump is a fascist, I think he is a flexible authoritarian. He has just bumped into strong institutions that don't bend to his will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. But wait, are you saying that are you saying that Trump is a fascist overall, or that he lacks the if you're putting into like a bullet point, he lacks like the that need to subsume the individual to the collective? That's probably
no.
Like
I think he does. I think he is fascist overall, because effectively what's going on, and these are, in my opinion, these are like the maps of fascist leaders. So if you look at like the first one, this is like, I think this is Hitler. So effectively, like, Hitler goes into the military establishment, then he goes into the representative establishment. Then I don't know what his title was, but he becomes whatever, like the head title of the
Chancellor.
Chancellor, and then he becomes like the supreme leader of Germany, right? So he effectively like bypasses by climbing up this power structure until he's the supreme leader of Germany. Whereas I think this is Mussolini, who Mussolini basically started out as a person of the general population, climbed into like a paramilitary org. I don't know if he was ever like a strong, I know he had paramilitaries. I don't know if he was a part of the military org. Then he was in the parliament, if I remember correctly, but then he had to share power with the church and the monarchy once he seized power. But it didn't matter that he had to share power with those institutions. It just mattered that he was in power and imposing his will upon the society. And so it's like very, for anybody who's like a huge like Star Wars nerd, it's a very, like, I swear to God, George Lucas actually took fascist ideology and made it a religion.
Okay. Wait, what's religion?
The Sith. The Sith religion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, obviously. All right.
No, because the Sith don't necessarily have a end point besides the accumulation of power. And if you look at the way that, sorry if I'm getting into Star Wars shit, but if you look at the way that Sheev Palpatine conducted himself, it was very much a Machiavellian ascent for consolidated power. And that's all he really ever cared about.
Yeah, and that's also just a small correction when you said Mussolini seized power. Like, this is also just like the common myth is like he didn't even actually seize power. The March on Rome was a failure. Like, most of the 30,000 black shirts or 40,000 that were marching on Rome were arrested by the military and stopped. There were only like 8,000 left when the prime minister tried to impose martial law, for which he needed the monarch's approval. Then the monarch said no, because he didn't want to be overseeing that much bloodshed and defeating the black shirts, which they would have, but they would have just killed a lot of people to do it. So he decided to basically fall for like Mussolini's bluff of like not standing down. And then Mussolini never marched on Rome. He was brought in on a train and then appointed prime minister by the king, because the king just would rather that and work with him than kill a bunch of them to keep law and order. That's how Mussolini got to power. So like when it comes to, again, it's another thing, like same with the beer hall putsch, or same with the French in 34 trying to storm the parliament, or with Trump. Like, yeah, failed coups are actually just another thing that fascists hold in common. They tend to fail at coups. Like, they don't win power that way. Like, yeah, that was just like a little correction. But the second broader one is that when you're talking about Mussolini, basically making his peace with the fact that there is a conservative establishment in Italy that he can't destroy. He can't override the independence of lots of these different villages in Italy. He can't override the church. He can't override the monarchy. So to the detriment of his purist supporters, he compromises with them all the way throughout, basically until he goes to fucking to invade Ethiopia. But that's also why I would say that when it comes to fascism, like there is kind of like an ideological promise in there, but it's always being amended or violated to put power first. And that's the only way fascists ever succeed. They don't, like a pure fascist has never succeeded. Like they always fall behind and they always crumble at like 1 or 2% of the vote and then they disappear. So I think if that's really the story of fascism, then why would you establish this bare minimum of fascists? Like they have to have this level of purity with how they view the community and the individual or everything else, when the fascists that we all know didn't do that. They compromised on that. Like Nazis allowed a lot of they tried to impose their will culturally, but most of what they produced, like in terms of film and all that, was just entertainment. It was ideologically colored, but it wasn't like, you know, subsuming the individual to the state. And the same with Italy. Like they opened up the party after Mussolini became prime minister. Yeah.
I should go back to that point actually. So the and that's where the flexibility to me, I purposefully use political corporatism, like advocating for the political corporative health, which let's be real, it ends up just being cronyism. But then the flexible authoritarianism, the reason why the word flexible is so important to me for this description of fascism is because it underlies everything that you just said. And not only that, it's within the climb to it's within the climb to power. So the fascist is not trying to subordinate every individual to the authoritarianness, because great men are going to enjoy the struggle for power. And so that's like the kind of thing where it's like, well, who would have succeeded Hitler? It would have been a very Alexander the Great quote, you know, on his deathbed. It's like, who's going to succeed Alexander the Great? And he says like the strongest, you know, that is like the ideal, you know, the ideal fascist outcome is effectively the perpetual struggle for power by great individuals who have to subordinate others to their will. And also what I would say is, if somebody, let's say that, you know, this is part of what frustrated me about what Rob was saying. Rob was saying, oh, well, Donald Trump opened up the markets. He deregulated a bunch of stuff. He's allowing more free market activity. So how could he possibly be an authoritarian? Well, within the political corporative model, Donald Trump could just say, oh, well, you know, what's happening is our cardiovascular system, analogized to the economy, is too strangled by the federal government, by the brain, basically. So we actually need to loosen our cardiovascular system in order to allow it to pump more effectively or whatever. And so like and I'm sure the same thing that you could say as well with like Hitler, slave labor, right? There's nothing more deregulated than like slave labor, and Nazi Germany had slave labor, right? So deregulation or re-regulation actually has nothing to do with fascism, because arguably, as long as you're quote unquote advocating in the political corporative health, you can really do whatever the fuck you want, which is why it's so ephemeral.
Yeah, and again, it's like that's also, I don't even know any scholar who would disagree with the fact that like economic policy is probably where fascists had the largest chasm between their promises and what they actually did, right? Like Mussolini, when his first finance minister was a laissez-faire capitalist. He privatized industries. He balanced the budget. He lowered taxes. It was like he got rid of government controls. Like they did this for the first 2 years. And then also, even when Mussolini and Hitler were introducing state regulation in the early 30s, I was saying this to chat earlier, when did they do this? Oh, it was right in the beginning of the Great Depression, at a time when big business supported most of what they were doing. Most big business leaders supported the intervention of Trump and of Hitler and Mussolini. But also, when people say Trump is like, he's a free market guy, how can that possibly? Well, didn't Trump also, in the name of national revival on the world stage, impose one of the biggest top-down executive order import taxes on American businesses ever seen. Like, no one has ever tariffed that hard, that instantly, and just from an executive order as Trump did. But
or all the purchases of the stocks of various companies by the federal government that gave them like not a majority stake in these companies, but a substantial stake in these companies. And so, yeah, that's like directly contradictory to the free market bullshit. So that's
and he
where
did this specifically in the name of regaining American pride from a history of humiliation on the world stage, and by doing it aggressively, which again is like I would say like one of the ultimate commonalities.
Yeah. That was one of my frustrations during the conversation was effective, and it was mostly with Rob. Let's be real. But political corporatism, obviously, that's why he's doing it, right? Is Trump is going to say, oh, I'm advocating for, we have all these rules about how the republic and the market works and the separation of powers and all that kind of stuff. Well, who gives a shit about the rules? I'm advocating for the general political corporative health. So he's going to justify whatever he does, no matter how much it bends or breaks the rules, because he's advocating in the political corporative health. One of the things that did frustrate me, though, about Rob that I felt like you could have nailed him on was the separation of palingenesis and I guess populism as well. Palingenesis and populism away from ultranationalism. So once again, like nationalism, and I really do differentiate this conceptually. So the state, I used to mix these terms because I think our politicians mix these terms. I can now conceptualize the country as the geographic region that we occupy. The nation is the people who occupy said territory. The state is the government. And so we oftentimes use state, nation, and country interchangeably during political speeches, but differentiating these ideas actually, especially when you're dealing with nefarious characters, it allows you to see kind of like the subtlety of who they consider to be a part of their political tribe and who they don't.
Yeah.
Especially with Americans. You kind of pointed out that the Trumpian regime does have its own internal definitions for who they consider to be real Americans.
Especially with their attempts to get rid of birthright citizenship, right? Like that whole need to purify the nation is kind of is happening. Yeah, to that degree. But again, it's just like because people don't see it in the same way as like he's probably never going to go to the extent of starting all of these like different clubs for the youth and all this kind of shit that they did in Nazi Germany, or they're probably not going to give people like state awards for the higher number of babies that they have, and if you get 10 then the president will pin a fucking badge on you personally. They're probably not going to, but because they're not going to go that far, then it's like, well, or because they're not going to do it in that way, then suddenly it has to be called something different. But like, what are the underlying motives here? It's again, it's like it's a
well,
it's
yeah,
a
but
of
that was his
it's a sense
argument
of,
against
like,
you was your
yeah.
underlying motives were to
kind of
motivate
shock,
stochastic terrorism, in the United States through your through your loose rhetoric post Trump attempted assassination.
I'm just like the one tweet from 2024, but like suddenly Trump, but like no noise for the amount of times Trump talks about, oh, when we do violence, it's patriotic. Yeah, fucking.
Well, that's another frustration within the conversation is that because the state does violence on MAGA's behalf, it's always justified and it's always moral, whereas extrajudicial violence is always immoral. Despite that, Americans pride themselves, number one, on a revolutionary war to win our independence, and number two, on during the 19th century, organizations like the Underground Railroad or like abolitionist militants that fought slavers in the South. But I wanted to hit palingenesis too as well, just in case because Rob was confusing the ultranationalism, which I think you and I both agree. There can be multiracial ultranationalism. We could become a fascistic planet that was human supremacist, and therefore the nationalist group, the people group, could be all of humanity. But we would still be a political corporative group that would probably identify ourselves separate from like alien species, right? Mm-hmm. So we could have planetary fascism. But the palingenesis, the reason why I don't like the palingenesis being a necessary component of fascism is because I just think that's like a propaganda tool. But it's a propaganda tool that's used by a lot of people. Palingenesis. Back in the day, we used to be great. We're fallen now. We need to return to our greatness. That's just like a common human narrative that I don't think is necessarily fascistic.
Yeah, kind of. This is again where I got stuck with Rob. Is like I don't think Rob really understood but he did the same thing that Andrew does, which is where you find like a whole bunch of like a constellation of beliefs that underlie like that kind of particular kind of nationalism. But then you just pick one that Trump doesn't have and say, well, he can't be that thing. So the thing that Trump doesn't seem to have as much as Hitler and Mussolini was this idea of like the need to subordinate the individual to the group, even though Trump does that a little bit, but just not compared to.
Well, I mean, he definitely does that within his own cult, don't you think?
Yeah, of course he does. Yeah, but again, it's like he doesn't do it as much as Hitler Hitler. But no, I think when it comes to, and it's interesting because when I saw Roger Griffin, the guy who coined genetic nationalism, he was arguing about this on Cambridge Union. He doesn't even actually, when he argues that Trump's not a fascist, he doesn't actually spend that much time going over the palingenesis. He actually does humor the idea that Trump is like, borrows a lot from Hitler and Mussolini in the sense that he does talk about there's an overwhelming crisis that like traditional means can't solve, and that we are constantly under threat from within, especially from the left. You know, that's like the prime enemy. And internationally, we're being humiliated, and the only way get our pride back and rebuild the world in our image is to do it by strength and assertiveness, and we're going to view the rest of the world as a zero-sum game, and we need a purer internal community as well. These are all things that Trump does, and he admits that. He tends to contest
he just did the well, Democrats think Trump is bad, therefore that's the same thing. That was
retarded. Yeah. But Roger Griffin is actually okay with that part. He has a big sticking point over calling Trump a fascist because he calls Trump an illiberal Democrat, like more like Orban. But that's because the way that Griffin talks about January 6th, it sounds like he just doesn't know the extent of what happened. He seems to think January 6th was actually like an attempted legal challenge, and the mob was just kind of like a result of reckless rhetoric. But he doesn't seem to understand like the extent to which Trump is. Other historians do this as well. Trump is only a Democrat because he has to be, because he hasn't found a way to stop having to prove himself in fair and free elections. But if he could have stayed president after losing in 2020, he would have. Like, that's why I don't know why you stop being a fascist just because you haven't succeeded in crossing every box, even though you're trying to. Yeah.
And that goes back to the Mussolini point. So Mussolini correct me if I'm wrong, but Hitler actually was like the supreme leader of Germany, right? Like an unquestionable authority figure who like everybody pretty much subordinated themselves to, right?
Kind of. There's a big caveat there. Hitler was not like and fascism is not revolutionary in the same sense that communism. So when communists have a revolution, every institution gets turned over or changed or just replaced with a new one. And the purges are just all the way down the civil service, and basically the party or like the communists are in charge of everything. Hitler was constantly fighting with conservatives within Germany, or like the civil service or the judges who were appointed ever since the Kaiser, right? He was always, and the Catholic Church, he allowed these institutions to exist because in a sense he kind of needed them to function. It wasn't until 1943 when he went into total war that everything was subsumed by the Nazis, right? Like, but before that, even up until the war and Action T4, the sterilization program, that was halted by conservatives, by non-Nazis who elevated them, but mostly the Catholic Church and other conservative institutions had to stop that policy of sterilizing and euthanizing all of these disabled people because they thought it unsavory. That's why the Holocaust had to happen in Poland, not in Germany, because the occupied territories
local leaders were prohibiting Hitler from wiping people out domestically.
Yeah,
that's kind of wild.
Because the occupied territories in Eastern Europe, that's actually where the SS and the Nazis ran basically everything. And that's the difference. It was actually a pretty big difference. Like Germany was a much safer place to be than fucking Poland was, right? Yeah. So
no, that's like an insane nuance of history. But that's where I feel like argumentatively we get into these things where because Hitler is like the barometer for fascism, right? Like I didn't even know. I could have intuited that German politics were infinitely more complex, considering You know the film like Operation Valkyrie where Tom Cruise is missing an eye and he tries to fucking suitcase bomb Hitler?
Yeah.
They portray him as this hero, but the fucking guy, even in the movie, he's not like a liberal. He's not like an anti-nationalist, like multiracial liberal. He's a German ultra-nationalist. He just thought that Hitler was like, at least from the movie portrayal or whatever, he just thought that Hitler was leading Germany down a path to destruction and needed to be taken out in order to save Germany, but he was still a German nationalist. I think his last words in the film were like, "For the fatherland," like as he's getting shot.
Yeah, I mean, those are the ones who appointed him, right? Like it was von Papen and Bismarck behind closed doors, basically kind of. Some of it was just like internal personal politics, and other more broadly it was, it's better this than the communists. Yeah,
right. So that's where I find this is more of like an argument for Rob. I guess I need to apologize for calling him the F slur and then eventually invite him for a conversation or debate. But basically that's where I get frustrated with this line of argumentation. Well, oh, Hitler isn't supreme leader of the United States, and there are institutions that check his power, therefore he's not a fascist like Hitler. And it's like, no. But if he could, he would. It's not about like the internal desires of Donald Trump and whether or not he's fascist or fascistic. The only things that are preventing him from doing this are powers that he cannot overwhelm. And so it would be more like you said, Hitler needed to concede some level of power to the Catholic Church or the conservatives of his own country to stay in power, or Mussolini needed to share power with the church and the monarchy, or if you want to take it fantastically, fucking Palpatine. Palpatine was reliant on the Imperial Senate, and he was reliant on the militarization of the Republic in order to maintain his power. And even after that, he was still reliant on the MOF system. He basically had like regional governors of his empire because it is simply too big for one person to run an empire alone. You have to delegate power.
Yeah, that is one bit that I remember from Star Wars. Nothing I love more as a 6-year-old watching space fights than people bickering over the fucking Senate and trying to understand what the fuck any of that means. Yeah.
Dude, weirdly enough, I like Andor because of the backroom politics, because you still have Mon Mothma. Sorry, I should be talking about this with Josiah realistically. But Mon Mothma is an imperial senator. She is a senator after the emperor has been appointed, and she's still trying to wield power within a representative body that has become superfluous. Nobody gives a shit about the Senate anymore, and yet she's still able to wield limited amounts of power and influence within the Senate in order to affect the trajectory of the empire. And I found that fascinating.
Yeah, that's interesting. But the only thing I've never really had a good answer to why fascists had to do that and communists don't. Like why communists are able to just overturn every single institution to their will, but fascists always have to shit. Like I wonder if it's also because like fascists more than anyone else were just so anti-intellectual and so anti-professional and so anti-experienced that like they kind of had to have people who were more qualified to run things from below because otherwise nothing would work. Like it was interesting when you look at like Hitler's cabinet choices or his like government choices. It's all people who have no fucking background in anything that they're doing. Like his foreign minister, like the only foreign thing that Ribbentrop did before becoming foreign minister was selling fake champagne to the United Kingdom, right? His head of labor was a chemistry graduate, or the person who was like governing all of Vienna was a literary enthusiast. Himmler specialized in agriculture, and look at what Trump does as well, right? With Hegseth, Linda McMahon, or fucking shit.
Yeah,
or that guy with January 6th, with him trying to appoint that fucking energy lawyer to the head of the DOJ.
It is weird that the skepticism of the elites ends up being something that kind of like hoists them by their own petard, so to speak. So, for instance, like I think it's a popular sentiment, even amongst like right wing, that the deregulation of the Trump administration is why we have lettuce poop disease and worms infecting our cattle inside the United States because we gutted these administrations, we put incompetent people in charge of it. So even if this is something that would have happened under a different administration, we know that some of the guardrails have been removed from our, industries. And so as a result, when a disaster happens, we can blame the guardrails being removed, regardless of the truth of the situation.
Yeah, that's a very common trend. It's the same in the same sense that like the establishment is always to blame, even when we're still in power, right? Like even with Twitter files, that was the establishment. If there's fucking voter fraud or alleged voter fraud in the midterms, it'll be
and
the
the fact that
establishment.
Rob had the fudging balls to talk to you about how January 6, 2021 was like a legalistic attempt to push the ball down the road so they could win their court cases proving outcome determinative voter fraud, and yet we are 6 years later and there's no evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud. That drove me.
But the truth will come later. Remember, like in the future, we'll get something.
I don't know how you didn't start screaming. Besides being a chill guy, I
just deflated, man. That was probably where I just thought, like, okay, this is this is
it feels like MAGA people even backslid though, because in 2021 and 2022 they were willing to be like, oh yeah, that was kind of fucked up, and now they're making excuses for it again, and it's like, what? Like, dude, like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, you were willing to admit that this was fucked up. Now it's arguably even more fucked up, and you're pretending it like it was all okay.
Well, I think it's probably because they all thought Trump was on his way out, right? They thought Trump was not coming back, and then he came back.
True.
I think they probably thought
Dear
they could
leader
just
was on his
disown
way
it.
out. Yeah, even Thune thought that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But now that he's still there, then is what. And also because so much of his thrust still depends on that. His last address to the nation was over fraud, wasn't it? It was because he was saying that they found new stuff about China.
Well, and that was another thing that I don't know if I'm addressing what you're saying necessarily, but that was another thing that Rob brought up that frustrated the shit out of me. To my knowledge, they haven't proven that, like, or shown evidence for China engaging in the same style of psychological disinformation campaigns that Russia has been shown to do.
No.
They only showed that like 200 million voter records are compromised. But at the same time, if you have 200 million voter records and you have somebody's name, address, and telephone number and voter affiliation, but then you don't do that, if you don't do anything with that information, why are we comparing this to Russian psychological operations that we have direct evidence for?
So it was publicly available for information. It was just a download of publicly available information.
Right, like I think a majority of it was publicly available. It's literally downloadable from your state's websites.
Yeah, but also this is interesting because it comes from Intel reports from 2021. It's not even new. Like they probably just looked back at some stuff and just saw, oh well, we see the word China in here. Let's just throw that in. Like in 2021, a Democrat-run intelligence report found that Iran was trying to undercut Trump in 2020. But at the same time, Russia was trying to support Trump. So yeah,
right.
Nothing there. There's never been anything Mueller investigation like. And also, if there was, why haven't they charged anyone? People got charged and jailed for fucking Mueller report, but yeah, nothing. Still.
Yes, so that's where the lack of intellectual follow through and or honesty. Sometimes I swear to God, these people are delusional enough that they believe their own bullshit. So I really cannot tell if it's like delusion or if it's dishonesty. But that is my extreme frustration is saying like, oh yeah, well China did everything Russia did, and then the Democrats swept it up. So isn't that the same as the Democrats being authoritarian in order to overthrow Trump? And it's like, no, what the fuck? January 6th was way worse. What the fuck? I did want to make a point about the communists, though.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Oh, okay. So I did want to make a point about the communists, though. I do wonder if it's the ability to constantly appeal to the collective good. So obviously fascists can appeal to like the corporative health or whatever, but whenever somebody questions anybody in a communist regime, they can oftentimes appeal to, like, if you look at first, I think it was called like First They Came for My Father or something like that. It was a fictionalized, but it's based off of a nonfiction book, I think, but it's a Netflix fictional adaptation of that. And it goes over like how the Cambodian Khmer seized power. And then also the death of Stalin pops into my brain as well. So like there's this constant fear. There's actually a scene where the head of the army is fucking with like, is it Khrushchev? Was Khrushchev the guy who took over after Stalin?
Yeah.
Okay. So the head of the army is fucking with Khrushchev because Khrushchev is like, hey, I think we need to take out Beria. And then the leader of the army is like, you need to be careful about what you say next, because to plot or conspire against any member of the Presidium is a capital offense. And then you see Khrushchev's like, his face like goes like blank and like white and ashen because he's afraid that he's just told the head of the army that he plans to do a coup and he's about to be executed. And then the fucking head of the army is like, I'm just fucking with you. Fuck Beria. So,
fuck. Oh no, wait. So, apparently, the people in chat are saying Zhukov. I don't. So I guess he was.
Is Zhukov the head of the army? Yeah, I think he's the head of the army. Dude,
okay,
if you haven't seen The Death of Stalin, it's like it's a comedic adaptation of the power struggle after Joseph Stalin has a stroke, and it's played beautifully by all the characters involved.
Yeah, I think I saw it in the cinema, but I just saw it when it came out, so I've probably forgotten.
Yeah.
Is it Coen Brothers or?
I would not. It does seem to have Coen Brothers humor. I would not be surprised. But the point that I'm making is, you were asking.
Oh, it was Armando Iannucci, the guy who did The Thick of It. The British political comedy. Okay, I see.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's it. Is they're just able to constantly appeal to the collective good, which keeps people cowed. Whereas with fascists, weirdly enough, with fascists, like Schindler's List, like they still try to empower great men within the society who struggle against the power structure, and so it's constant. It's not. They might appeal to the political corporative body and the political corporative health, but then at the end of the day, it just becomes cronyism. I think that's one of the things that was really extremely well, not only is it well documented within the Trump administration, but I think it's really well documented within Schindler's List, is effectively the way that Oskar Schindler is able to get his wildly profitable work camp that makes him an insanely rich man, that then allows him to have the clout, power, and money to try to protect his workers, is only because he was sucking up to and bribing the party. And weirdly enough, I feel like China is very similar right now.
Yeah, well, with China, it's also a lot to do with because of how much can be like allocated or how many contracts can be given to whichever individual is decided by the party. That a lot of these like second generation party people end up getting really, really wealthy because of their family connections. Yeah, that's the whole thing in China. Well, but yeah, it's just like it's just a fact that like the entire like the property distribution and the economic hierarchy in Italy and Germany were mostly just left intact. Like they didn't actually change all that much. And yeah, it's just a fact that fascists never really attacked capitalism or like wealth as much as people think.
Well, and with China in particular, I think one of the reasons why they do it, this is just speculation on my part, but you always have the capacity to depose an oligarch at any point if they become inconvenient. You can basically just accuse them of corruption and then disappear them. There was a Chinese dissident living in the United States, and there was like a English-speaking high-up member of the party who was doing apologia for the Chinese government, and she asked him to his face, hey, you were friends with this powerful guy for decades. You had a public relationship. He was accused of corruption and he hasn't been seen in public for 2 or 3 years. What do you think about that? Effectively daring this guy to like criticize the CCP for having like an opaque judicial process. And the guy just goes, oh, well, he shouldn't have done corruption, so fuck him. It's like, oh,
yeah, it sounds like them.
Yeah, but if you have no transparency into the actual evidence available, then you can just be disappeared at a whim. And that is what this might actually transition into the DSA shit. I don't think that the Democratic Socialists of America are going to have a Marxist takeover of the United States. However, I do think LARPers like Hassan Piker are going to poison the discourse, and Democrats are going to do this weird cringe pandering where some of them might even try to rehabilitate the socialist regimes of the 20th century. And so I even had it in my chat. I asked them, would they be willing to give up freedom of conscience and freedom of speech as articulated in the First Amendment if they got Chinese state capitalism and free healthcare? And I swear to God, 15% of my chat said yes.
Really?
Yes. As a matter of fact, if you could do a poll in your chat, since your chat is more lefty, I'm wondering how that would poll in your community.
No one in my chat's going to say they'd give up free speech for healthcare, I don't think. Maybe more than two.
Dude, I'm kind of like daring you to do the poll.
do they not know that China doesn't have free healthcare? That they don't,
have
universal free healthcare?
I think I posed the question because they do have, correct me if I'm wrong, China basically has like their version of Medicaid or their version of food stamps or their version of like subsidized housing for the ultra poor, right? So if you're rural and you're ultra poor, or if you're city and you're ultra poor, they give you like a minimum standard of living that does include healthcare.
Well, it's health insurance that they have. Like it's universal, like basic health insurance. But yeah, if you are rural, like it's worse. It's a lot worse. It really depends on just like where you are in the country, and also just like your general employment position. But yeah, it's not free. It's the whole point. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's part of the argumentative difference between like me and a lot of people is like, so maybe it's because I was raised during the tail end of the Cold War. I was born in the late 80s, and you know, my parents obviously told me about the Cold War and all that kind of shit. But I view the socialist experience of the 20th century as negatively as I view fascism in the early to mid 20th century. And so for me, like this sacrifice of personal liberty for physical or material security is like, it's like unconscionable. It's like insane to me. Whereas I think that the newer generation has lived with, number one, they didn't live in the shadow of the Cold War as much. Number two, I think they've dealt with material insecurity their entire lives. And so they're more agreeable.
I seem to remember joking to left-wingers like 5 years ago that America was probably the last country in the world where you're ever going to see a socialist revolution. Like, I still think it actually is. I think the thing I'm more worried about is that the DSA and those kinds of candidates will grow to a point where they do reach some kind of schism with the mainstream of the party. I don't think they'll ever become like 51% of the party, but I think they will become big enough that there will cause like enough of a rift that there might be a split. And if they grow off of Democratic Party infrastructure and then split, then that might just be like the Republicans get to smooth sail in like a mangled three-party state for like a long time. Otherwise, like in the more immediate sense, it's like the way that they toxify the discourse is like really, really annoying. Now everything is like establishment or APAC or the billionaire class, and like it's kind of dehumanizing. And it's also just like throwing a lot of like as far as like the Jewish people go with who have any connection, any marginal sympathy for Israel, like kind of throwing them under the bus, which is quite sad as well.
I'm still reeling a little bit from this stat that I've heard both IRI say and somebody sent it. One of my community members, QC Johnny, sent it to me, effectively saying that like a third of Democrats in some CNN poll identify as Democratic Socialists. Now, if you ask me, are 90% of them social democrats? They just want the Scandinavian economic style? Yeah, probably. There's so much like looseness around these terms and definitions. They're probably predominantly social democrats. However, even that amount being willing and able to readily identify with that label is kind of like shocking to me.
That is so. It probably is to you because you know what democratic socialists actually think or what they're actually like. The problem is that the British Labour Party's program under Keir Starmer, written by Keir Starmer, describes Labour as a democratic socialist party, not social democrat, democratic socialist, and that's really just because they're funded by half unions or a bit under half. But they're obviously not democratic socialists by any stretch. They're not even really social democrats most of the time.
Well, that's actually what I was wondering. I was wondering, and I put this on a drawing so people can hold me accountable to it. But I do wonder if effectively what's going to happen is the Democratic Socialists of America, if they continue to be the label and name that leftists and leftist adjacent people identify with, are we just going to have effectively our own version of the Labor Party in the United States? And I find that more likely than a Marxist takeover of the American left.
Yeah, but then the problem there is that the Social Democratic Labour Party in the UK has twice now had a purge of leftists. Like Clement Attlee, the guy behind the NHS and nationalized several nationalized public services and pensions, everything. This guy was he was also the closest the country ever had to McCarthyism. He purged a lot of people from the civil service or from the party, or even people who were outside of the party.
For being Marxist?
For being, suspected like Soviet sympathizers and things like that. A lot of them were innocent as well.
Shit.
A lot of these people were just like, were maybe people who just said something like, who said the wrong thing at work or something like that. It was like, but that was the closest we came to that. He was very communist.
So you had a social democrat McCarthy who purged hardcore leftists from the labor movement.
Yeah, and from the state in general, from the civil service, right? People like teachers lost jobs, you know. And this is a guy who called himself a socialist. He called his program socialist, and who probably did more government intervention in British history for social welfare than anyone ever. This is post
How am I
World War II.
supposed to? Okay, how am I supposed to reconcile that, like ideologically, definitionally, politically, that you had a social democrat who labeled himself a democratic socialist, but then purged hardcore socialists from public positions, when basically, like, we have characters, I would say like Bernie Sanders, for instance. Bernie Sanders, I think he traveled to the Soviet Union multiple times. I think he has simped for Cuba in the past. In the early thousands, when Venezuela the nationalization of the oil in Venezuela is actually a relatively complex story, but in the early thousands, when leftists kind of seized control of the economy, he was like, "Oh, the American dream is more likely to be found in Caracas than it is to be found in the United States." Like, how am I supposed to treat that person who social democrats in the sheets, or well, actually, social democrat in the streets, democratic socialist in the sheets, but then they simp for fucking, you know, like foreign fucking authoritarian communist regimes? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
Well, it was easy enough for someone like Attlee to do it because the Communist Party just wasn't that popular, and because it was the Cold War, so it wasn't hard to convince people that there was a threat from like the Soviet Union, or it was also former fascists or current fascists that he did this to as well. But like, if you're in America, and with Corbyn, with that was the more recent purge, where just the party members who were much more pro-Corbyn and much more far left were purged from the party, or they were just
I was about to ask. I thought Corbyn was the leftist. If Corbyn was responsible for the purge, then
yeah, well, no, Corbyn's supporters after were purged. So like, it was basically, that was more like just like any kind of like bad press excuse they had for someone who was like quite popular in the party. They were just binned for like, maybe they shared an article that had like one sentence in it that might be anti-Semitic or some shit like that, right? These were some of those examples, and other people were just pushed to the back benches. So Keir Starmer basically fought very, very hard into 2024 to basically say the Corbyn era is done. It's never coming back. And we've dealt with it.
Is that true,
but
though? Because isn't Starmer basically like on the way out as well?
Well, he left. He resigned, but he's been replaced by Andy Burnham, who is not like a big Corbyn guy either. He's more left than Keir Starmer, but he's not like he wasn't like a hardcore Corbyn guy. So
what I'm hearing is we shouldn't be killing these people or incarcerating these people for their political beliefs, but the left has to, every generation or two, purge themselves of like hardcore militants. But then that's what freaks me out about this narrativization or whatever, is effectively like, maybe I'm crazy, I don't know, but I view Hassan Piker as the left-wing Nick Fuentes. I do. He you know, he's in the Mao suit, you know, he simps for China, he's 10 toes down for the Red Sea crisis. He fucking, Hezbollah's flag is his favorite flag. Hamas is the more moral military in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Like, he just says this fucking wild shit, and then he's canvassing with, mainstream quote-unquote Democrats. And then when anybody criticizes it, of course he's getting a shitload of criticism from the mainstream. But whenever you say that to lefties, they're just like, oh, you just don't like him because, he wants universal health care. And it's like, no, that's not my objection.
Yeah, the cult is strong. I don't know, like the problem coming back to the whole like left wing and center left split, it's like America's never really had to do that. In Europe, we're mostly multi-party systems, and we had this all the way since the beginning of the 20th century, where there was a very clear distinction between parliamentary socialist parties who ultimately just became the parties of like tax and spend, like tax and welfare, and the ones who opposed them, who were the more revolutionary types who just had their own party. America never really had that to deal with. There was like at some point like socialist and communist movements, but the McCarthy era, they were purged, and the Democrats have always been a liberal party. They don't have like anything near half of their funding coming from unions. They've always been like a liberal party, like a free market party with some concessions here and there, and that's it really. So the fact that they've got this happening now, I don't think they'll be able to do anything about it if they can't just win in the primary. I don't know why the fuck they're not pushing out better candidates for the primaries. But if they can't do that, then the next thing is going to have to be they're just going to have to watch them get demolished by the Republicans. Like they're just going to have to, because that's what happened with Labour. Like Corbyn, everyone thought he would fail. Then he does surprisingly well in 2017. He doesn't win, but the Conservatives lose their majority. Then in 2019, he suffers the worst defeat since 1935. And then Labour have the excuse to say, well, okay, that way did not work. It's toxic. It's fucked. It's caused us this defeat. Then they can go and we can choose something else. But until that happens, America just kind of has to, they have to just make better arguments, run better candidates, and
that's almost like a white pill message, though. It sounds like you're kind of saying that the extremity of these movements are their own undoing. So yeah, it might be alarming to watch them temporarily gain power, relevance, et cetera, but ultimately, once they're even have like nominal political clout and power, oftentimes their extremity will be their own defeat.
Or it'll just be like MAGA, but for the Democrats. or America, the greatest, fucking biggest, baddest country in the world, is just going to become a populist slop fest with fucking showman candidates running around in fucking colorful suits and pointy hats, bouncing around like a fucking circus with their post-it notes of energizing messages and policies, 90% of which are just not even practically possible. And then just everyone getting very riled up and very angry.
That is, I think that's while that might not be statistically likely to happen, I think that's the future that Whick, myself, Destiny, Mooten fear. Because I've been like laughing at them having to have struggle sessions with the Lib and Learn podcast crew, because I think it's funny, and effective. But I do align with them more. Where if I had a series of preferences where I could strangle the Democratic Socialists in the proverbial crib, I would. But I also think that I don't think we're going to be able to. I think their necks are too strong. I think they're going to survive the strangulation. And what you said, or I guess what we said, what's more likely is they're going to become a caucus within the Democratic Party. And then the only time that the extremists are going to be purged is probably after they've gained a level of nominal power that makes them unpopular through stupidity.
Yeah, possibly. Or there's also it's also just the fact that I'm taking a little bit of relief in the sense that like so much of their politics is not real. I don't know if you noticed this with Mamdani. Like Mamdani drummed up so much support from the online alt media types because of his stances on Israel, like even though most of his campaign was about affordability. But he did say constantly that he was going to arrest Netanyahu. And it's only after he becomes mayor where he does a fucking public address where he's literally saying, we looked into it, turns out the mayor can't do that. But Trump can, so let's ask him to do it instead. And it's like, this is not real. This is not real politics. It's not like a real solution. It's just, you are just you just grifted off of the emotions around the conflict, and you're not actually in a position to do anything about it, nor did you even try to win a position that could do anything about it. You went for New York mayor. Yeah, so that's like,
how do you feel about that as a more left-wing dude? So for instance, like I see that and I just see like the gullible masses being rug pulled by a charismatic person, and I'm like, okay, this is why I prefer representative democracy over direct democracy, because I think, not that there is a direct democracy on the planet right now, but this is why I don't trust the average person, because I think the average person is like a rube and an idiot. So that's why I identify as a Republican, because Republicans specifically kind of appeal to or at least they used to appeal to this like elite technocratic, elect the best amongst you so they can craft technocratic policy that's good for everyone, even if it's not popular with the average dipshit. So how do you feel about the average dipshit is what I'm saying.
Well, like the worrying thing about them is that although right now, I was kind of making a joke earlier about how it seems to be like the real political leeches here are actually these like farther left candidates, because what they do is they do win over a bunch of like brain damaged extremists, like all the way to over like Mike from PA, but then they come in and they don't really fulfill a fraction of the crazy things that their supporters thought they would do. With Mamdani, it's like he's putting a rent cap on properties that already had the mechanism to be rent capped on them since the 1970s. He hasn't rent capped anything new. Like he hasn't rent capped any properties that are like market rate properties. So, and obviously when it comes to like Israel, I guess like you AOC who goes and abstains in the Iron Dome, right? Or like, so it does seem to be like they kind of win all foaming at the mouth support, but then they come in and then they moderate, and then initial purist backers angry. But the problem is that those rabid supporters are still there, and they're getting dissatisfied. And what if there's enough of them that someone like Mamdani or Al-Sayed actually has to think more about appeasing them than the moderates? That's quite scary.
Well, yeah, no, that was a meme that was in the most recent bit of content or whatever, that obviously do nothing Democrats are kind of like it's a phrase that's uttered and bandied about right now. But do nothing Democratic socialists would be like a funny political development where you have these people who are viewed as insanely extreme in their political messaging, but then they get into power and then the limits of power prevent them from doing anything. And so as a result, their base gets super fucking pissed. But yeah, that's like that's the challenge of our era though, right? So there's a centrist creator, P.F. Young, who said that income inequality, rapid demographic shifts, existential technological shifts, and there was one other thing that he cited. Oh, the dissolution of the social fabric. So these are things that are like facing all of us that are such broad social problems that it doesn't feel like anybody is fully capable of tackling them. But I think as long as those problems persist, we're going to see the radicalism that we've seen for the past decade or two. And populism, economic populism in particular, is going to be a viable electoral strategy.
Yeah, I'm just very happy to live in one of the only liberal democracies left that doesn't actually have that. We have 2 Green seats and no Reform seats in Scotland. Hell yeah. It's so relieving. I don't know.
Oh no. Are you, so you're in Scotland specifically?
Yeah.
So are you politically insulated not only from the stupidity of the United States, but are you insulated to some degree from the stupidity of Europe? And then are you doubly insulated? Well, not doubly insulated. Are you slightly less insulated from the stupidity of the United Kingdom?
To a degree, yeah, we have devolved powers, but when it comes to the problem is that with reform, they can still act on immigration. So if they come into office in Westminster, immigration will be their policy. However, in the past, Scottish authorities and the Scottish government have refused to cooperate with Home Office measures. So there have been times where the Home Office has tried to send people to detain immigrants without charge or things like that, or to do dawn raids. But then the Scottish government just says, no, like, you don't have to do this. Like, the people don't have to actually go with the. So that's caused a few schisms and like, but yeah, we are still a good bit more from the rest of it compared to especially compared to England. Like the Reform brain damage just hasn't really reached us yet in the same way that it reached England. And same with the Greens. The Greens have 2 constituencies, and they're both very dense student areas. So it's not the kind of thing that's likely to spread to a constituency level that far.
So you're good for now.
Yeah. Whereas I'm in America debating Rob Noren, like there's people who want to get rid of the 19th to put their hands up, and I see more fucking hands talking about taking women's voting rights away than I probably would find in my entire city.
I think the
world's just a fucking retard factory right now.
I think the Crucible crew and the Christian Nationalist crew have been major supporters of modern day debate, so I would not be surprised if there was a disproportionate amount of Andrew Wilson fans and Rob Noor fans in the crowd, Rachel Wilson fans as well. So that I think that audience is a little bit skewed. That being said, that's the kind of silly shit that it's never going to happen. You're going to have a meme candidate like James Fishback run for, governor of the state of Florida. He's going to poll at like 4 to 5%, in the governor's race. And then the mainstream candidate is going to beat him out. And James Fishback will be saying, let's repeal the 19th and let's defund Israel. But he's going to be more of a meme candidate than he's going to be like a mainstream candidate. Actually, weirdly enough, I think defund Israel candidates are primarily going to come from the left.
Yeah, they will.
That actually win power.
Yeah, but as far as Republicans go, like JD Vance is much more tuned into that kind of right-wing populist like program than someone like Trump is. It's just a question of like, if we're going by the fascist thing, back to that discussion, if we're going by their rules, by their trend, it seems to be that like fascist movements always die with the leader. So if Trump is gone, or if he, because he's too fat and he eats too much McDonald's, he just dies, God forbid, then maybe MAGA will just get kind of stuck and they'll have to reinvent themselves. But I think whatever comes after MAGA will probably be a much more coherent populist right that will probably embrace a lot of that shit. That's what I'm maybe.
It will be. So I don't have a prediction because the past decade of politics has sucked so bad. But I think it will be a battle between the two princes of Rubio and Vance. And weirdly enough, Rubio did a speech in Munich that seemed to synthesize the talking points of the MAGA movement, some national conservative talking points, but also some neoconservative militarist American European alliance talking points. And that synthesis was actually like pretty interesting because it seemed to take the old guard of the Republican Party and then blend it with the MAGA movement in what I thought was a pretty intelligent way. Now, JD Vance, though, at least the way that I perceive him, is he will say whatever he needs to say for power. He does not give a shit. That I have caught that dude lying like a dozen times in interviews and all that. I think he literally will say whatever he needs for power. But since he is not, he seems like an ideologue and he does play with dissident right ideas for sure. But I think he's just Peter Thiel's lapdog. I think anything that actually comes out during a Vance presidency will be effectively deregulation for Silicon Valley.
Well, speaking about Europe, Vance went to Europe and gave that whole spiel about supporting basically every fucking like far right anti-immigration Muslims are invading party in the continent.
Yeah.
So he gave a very different spin. I don't know. That'll be for them to figure out.
He does root his belief system in national conservatism. So effectively, like, that's another ideology that is incredibly flexible. So effectively, like with national conservatism, you can't identify what their economic policies, what are their military policies, are they going to be interventionists, are they going to be non-interventionists? It depends on the day. But national conservatism, in my estimation, effectively states that like the role of government is to serve the people, your people, whoever you identify them as, and that's it. So it's effectively political corporatism without the explicit endorsement of flexible authoritarianism.
Well, I guess JD Vance being like you said, like a liar and like a that's only going to help him though, right? Because he's like that's really just the product of him tuning into whatever like the mobilizing passions are of the right wing at the time. But
maybe, and Trump is obviously a quite prolific liar. But I do think that JD Vance doesn't have his charisma necessarily. And then I also think that there's a certain level of phoniness that people read on him. Like even MAGA, when you look at the memes that are spread around on Twitter, when you look at the memes that are spread around on social media, they kind of paint Rubio as like a competent, do-it-all Swiss Army knife kind of guy for the Trump administration. Whereas they're painting Vance as like the fat guy with Jerry curls who does breakdancing and yells at fucking Zelensky. So I don't know how much of the meme magic is going to be positive for JD Vance.
Yeah, yeah. The chances of him winning over the country with that kind of shit is definitely a lot lower. How? Maybe one more good closing question. How are you going to vote in the midterms, Mr. Points?
Midterm, I'll vote as long as it's like a moderate Dem. I'll vote for a moderate Dem. Basically, with the state of Florida, sometimes we have like referendums on specific policies. I'll just vote my conscience on those. But if I have the option between, if it's moderate Republican versus a Democratic Socialist, I'm voting for the moderate Republican. If it's a moderate Democrat versus MAGA, I'm voting for the moderate Democrat. If it's moderate Republican versus moderate Democrat, I'll probably research them and make an informed choice, but I'll probably vote for moderate Democrat just to try to shift the political Overton window anti-Trumpian.
What if it's a DSA Democrat versus a MAGA Republican? Did you say something for that one?
Well, so hold on. I'm 99% sure that I have.
Say Al-Sayed versus Rogers.
What's that?
Al-Sayed versus Rogers.
Hold on 1 second. Al-Sayed versus Rogers?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I go with Whick's plan and I just kill myself at the airport. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just seeing if my House rep is up this year. Is Maxwell Frost? It's up every 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Maxwell Frost up every like a year. Yeah. Unfortunately for me, Maxwell Frost is a giga progressive. But I'll vote for him anyways. Because he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I don't know if you remember this, but Maxwell Frost actually called into the PV event.
Yeah, I feel like I recognize his face. I don't know if I
he's
spoke
the
to him,
youngest congressman in the House. Sorry, I'm trying to get you back on screen. I fucked this up.
His mother is of Lebanese descent. Interesting.
Yeah. So I'll probably just vote for Maxwell Frost because he's a nice guy. And we're purple down here, but weirdly enough, I live in Central Florida. Central Florida has a few key blue areas that are just like blue, basically. They are very like purple in culture. Like even the Democrats around here are pretty socially conservative. But I think Maxwell Frost is he seems to be earnest, is what I would say, based off of my limited interactions with him.
Apparently, he's the only Gen Z congressman.
Yeah, he's a young guy.
Nice one.
He's a very young guy.
I remember. I think I spoke to this guy. Maybe I didn't, or maybe other people did. But I remember that the only.
No,
Gen Z
you
thing.
might have. He called in. So I forget. Were you at Milwaukee and Cincinnati?
Cincinnati, not Milwaukee.
Okay, I feel like they did a video call with half a dozen actual electoral representatives, and I'm pretty sure Maxwell Frost called into the Cincinnati event. So I do think you had a conversation with him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Nice one.
Small world.
Okay. Yeah, shit. Okay, well, that's exciting. Yeah. All right, well, how do you think the midterms are going to go? Do you think Democrats are getting the House and the Senate, or?
I think the Senate is a long shot. House is obviously, probably going to be a Democratic sweep. But then also what's frustrating me about this DSA conversation, right? And what I keep saying about Democrats is never underestimate Democratic capacity to seize defeat from the jaws of victory. And so I'm just waiting for the DNC to announce like a late midterm speech, you know, with Hassan Piker as the primary speaker wearing a fucking Mao Zedong fucking suit. You know, there's plenty of room. It's only a couple of months, but there's still plenty of room to fuck up, you know?
I think Al-Sayed's going to start distancing himself. I think he's going to start disavowing statements, or if it's brought up in interviews and all that shit, I think he's going to go the Mamdani way.
Well, yeah, but he
not
did
like a full disavowal,
didn't they
but
just
like
go to a
"Oh, I
fucking,
support
didn't they
that."
go to a barbecue together, like literally the other day? They were at like some
Yeah.
house party.
Yeah, before the primary. Yeah, like now Hassan was helpful to him, but like, I
Oh,
think,
you're saying now
Al-Sayed
that
is
it's
smart.
the general. He's out.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but Al-Sayed needs to get independents and moderates, right? He needs them
Right.
if he wants to win the Senate. He's like 10
And
points
Hassan
down to
Piker
Rogers.
is moderate rat
Yeah.
poison.
Yep. So
Okay.
he'll do it. He'll moderate or he'll lose, or he'll moderate and he'll lose because it was too late. But yeah, that's my two guesses.
That is interesting to me, because the cynicism, what effectively we're counting on to check the DSA more than Twitch and YouTube political debates and moderate Democrats becoming better rhetoricians at explaining policy. What we're really hoping for is the cynicism of the giga progressive DSA endorsed candidates themselves, and electoral reality that if you start talking about like abolishing the police and nuking Israel every single day, it's probably not going to appeal to moderates. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, he's got like his 4 big things were defund Israel, abolish ICE, tax billionaires, and Medicare for all. He can't tax billionaires from the Senate. I mean, he can make a noise about it. Abolish ICE, that's popular amongst Americans right now. So he can probably massage
Keep
that
going
as
with
he
that.
pleases. The Israel thing, I mean, as far as if he just keeps it to why is that our fucking problem, I think most Americans are fine with that. Medicare for all, I mean, he can
just yell about it.
Yeah, he's not going to do, like, people don't really expect him to do it, or maybe he'll just tone it down or just make it about fighting Trump instead. But yeah, I don't know. I think because he's going to be he'll be senator number 16 or 17 that wants Medicare for all. So yeah, if he makes it about Trump and just moderates the messaging, he'll have a good chance. But otherwise, if he doesn't moderate, he's just going to lose. So shit.
All right.
But yeah, that's definitely, they have to play by the same rules as the fascists do,
Yeah,
right?
I remembered. Sorry, but I know we probably hit the approximate level where this is a decent like VOD cut, but I did love the live and learn discourse, effectively like bullying Hutch for like a few months about Plattner, where it's like, you gotta vote blue no matter who, and Hutch is like, I don't know, man, he's got a Nazi tattoo, and they're like, shut up, you fucking nerd, you need to vote blue no matter who, and then he's like, I don't know, he's got this rape allegation, and they're like, shut up, you fucking nerd, vote blue no matter who. Like, he actually turned out to have a bunch of like pseudo credible sexual assault accusations and had to drop out. Like, the tone shift was quite humorous to watch from the outside.
It is pretty incredible how far people were willing to go for him, for Plattner.
Well,
that is unbelievable.
But that was that was a comment from one of the commentary guys. They're like, they were watching Hutch content and they were like, how many rapes can Plattner have done and you still have to vote blue no matter who? And
yeah, I don't
that's
know.
where
It's the
we're
same
at.
thing with all this DSA, like vote blue no matter who, and it's like, okay, well, I'm going to do vote blue no matter who. It's a picture of fucking Bull Connor, right? He was a Democrat.
That's
like, fuck.
Hold on. That's a good question that I want the answer to. So, number one, do you believe in vote blue no matter who? Number two, do you have a left-wing limit? So for like, let's say that you're just like, capable of voting for Al-Sayed or whatever. In the primary, would you vote for him as like trying to shift the Overton window left? And then in the general, would you vote for him? And then is there like some hypothetical limit?
Yeah, well, that's the problem, is that like because if you wanted to back a Dixiecrat in a swing state, or any state really, in a primary, you could just say the same thing. You can just say, well, all that segregation stuff, he's never going to do that. He can't do that. That's just, he just is a thing that he talks about or he wants or he's tweeted about 5 years ago, but he's never going to do it. Or
right.
It's, well, okay, but MAGA, bro. Like, if it really is the blue no matter who principle, then Yeah, but
Well,
I think
so
they
hold
actually
on.
had that debate already. So
I don't know if you evaded on purpose, but I'm going to ask you again. Are you vote blue no matter who?
Am I vote blue no matter who?
Yeah.
No, there's obviously a line. Yeah, there's a line where I would like. There are probably quite a few lines where I would choose like a moderate Republican over Democrat, or maybe even if the Democrat's crazy enough, maybe I'd even prefer a MAGA Republican to them. But I don't know. I haven't seen crossed that line for me yet. But it's like I don't know. People have this thought terminating thing. It's like, oh yeah, you would choose you choose like a fascist over a socialist. I was like, I don't know. Would I choose Hitler over Stalin? No. Would I choose or like would I choose fucking Mussolini over AOC? No. Would I choose Trump over Stalin? Maybe. I don't know. Like
right.
Depends on
or
like they're not all fascists and
weirdly enough,
communists are
I would
created
go
equal,
with like Pinochet. So Pinochet, I checked out his casualty stats. I think he did like an anti-communist politicide, and it was less than 10,000 people. So I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying 6 million Jews versus 10,000 communists. You know, there are degrees of fascism, I guess. So.
pretty much. But yeah, and also just to answer where is this fucking? Just to answer this fucking terminal moron in my fucking chat, saying that my line is Israel and Zionism, LeMayo. I can show you my fucking voting record. Every vote that I've ever cast has been for the party that is less friendly to Israel, and that's even the same thing with what I talk about and who I vocally support in other countries, like in the United States. So I have no fucking idea why you'd pull that. This fucking gif right here of the guy just walking constantly into a rake, into another rake, into another rake. That's you in my chat every fucking day. But okay, well done. Sorry.
No. I'm laughing because I'm assuming that is what popped into my mind, because obviously that is the thing that could get you into trouble with the far lefties or whatever. Is basically if there was like would one of it doesn't matter. I don't care because they would have to moderate for general election politics. But I guess it is one of the lines that you would hypothesize be like some kind of candidate who was like not for Palestinian freedom, but effectively like genocidal towards the state of Israel. Like not even like, you know, not even like let's defund Israel because it's none of our business. More like I support Hamas and I hope every Israeli gets raped and murdered. You know?
Yeah, well, that's why like the whole like Hassan Piker or Trump debate is like you realize that you're talking about like when you get to a level, when you get to a point of far left, you are actually getting to people who would just arm Hamas and arm the Houthis and arm Iran and potentially even use America's military to help them. Like, so yeah, of course there's a line there because I'm not going to throw like half the Jews on the planet under the bus just because Trump bad. Yeah, but that we haven't reached that yet. Al-Sayed is not that. Mamdani is not that, but you know, maybe someone like that. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I would say I feel like we hit a few natural resting points. I appreciate the conversation. I just wanted to yap with you about the my understanding of fascism with the flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism, and I wanted to show you my Microsoft Paint drawing with a penis on it. And yeah, it was fun. We should do it again sometime.
Interesting. Hell yeah. All right. It was nice chatting to you again.
All right. Be easy, buddy.
Take care, big man. Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a little early, but I do have a busy day. I'll put it up to you guys. Let me do a poll. Content. I could have sat there and talked with Lonerbox for like another like 2 hours. I really could have. I actually really enjoy conversing with him, but I did just want to give like a natural endpoint for VOD people, so it wasn't like a 3-hour conversation. So, finish Whick tent. Go work on science fiction. Oh shit. Well, I guess those are the two options that I care about right now. So there's a poll. Finish the Whick tent, or go do science fiction pre-recorded content. I'm going to thank everybody who's donated today. Doobie's obviously been generous, but everybody else has been generous too, so I really do appreciate it. So I got Doobie, Hedonic. Oh wait, and I do need to read this. Doobie says, I hate Rubio and Vance almost equally, but I take Vance's tech oligarch masters over. We're going to denaturalize you if you criticize Israel. Marco Rubio, dude's a total bitch. Trump proved that in 2016. Doobie said, Fetterman and Stewart conversation. Are you suggesting that for content, Doobie? I'm unfamiliar. Are you talking about John Fetterman and, or excuse me, is it John Fetterman? Fetterman and John Stewart? Anyways, let me thank the people who have donated. So, Doobie, Hedonic Samuel, Anonymous Chatter, John Kennedy, Doobie, Real Serious, Doobie, Officer Nasty, Anonymous Chatter, Real Serious, Doobie, Real Serious, Fell Runner, John Kennedy with two $20 donations today. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Old School, Fell Runner, Jeb Cush, Doobie. So, thank you, Kings and Queens. For your financial support. It is deeply appreciated. Yep, they apparently had a convo. I haven't seen it yet. The Fetterman, the Pennsylvania financier. Yeah, but is it good content? Does it get spicy, or is it like a glaze fest where Jon Stewart says, I don't like that you pander to Republicans, but I understand what you're saying about the working class, you know? Yeah. Finish the Wick tent has 62%. All right, we're going to finish the Wick tent real quick, and then we'll decide what we're doing after that. So let me go ahead and pull up the Wick tent. Finish the Wick tent. Oof. I think we only have like literally 8 minutes left on the Wick tent, so let's do it.
You've already interrupted. Now you have to. Keep going.
For what it's worth, I just want to say, Keith, just to put a button on it, like, I am not going to deny your experience with DSA, and I don't share, Wick's contempt for DSA or even Hutch's to the extent that they do. Now, I do think that there is an illiberal strain within the upper echelons of DSA.
I don't know. Hang on. I don't know why people are saying it is like this. It's not an illiberal strain. That is from the top down.
Is AOC a liberal? Is AOC a liberal in your estimation?
She's not the top down. She's a DSA endorsed candidate.
Didn't they disavow her?
So wait a minute.
Why are you fighting me on this? Why are you fighting me on this?
Because you want to paint the entire DSA as illiberal, and I reject that category. I just categorically reject that.
Yeah, listen. I don't know. Have you read their platform?
I've read their platform, but this is where I think Keith has a fair point, which is this idea that literally every single candidate or every single member of the DSA must co-sign the illiberal extreme of the national platform.
No. But the national platform,
reject it.
That is the party identity, though. But I feel
so wait a minute. So to be clear, you agree then that AOC and Zoran Mamdani are illiberal. You cannot be a liberal member of the DSA.
No,
right?
That's
no,
not.
He's saying the majority of them are going to probably follow the national platform.
You're trying to find a contradiction. You're not.
No, I found it. I found it. You're fucked.
No, but she governs like a pragmatic, progressive liberal, and she's.
Doobie, can you grab me a link to it? I'm seeing clips, so I see like a 3-minute clip. I guess I could go check out the weekly show.
Is DSA aligned? She's still,
take AOC out. What about Mamdani? Mamdani has not been disavowed by AOC or by the DSA. Is Zoran Mamdani illiberal?
I would say so. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I'll be right back. 1 second. I don't mean to bail. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, Josiah here. I'll argue for Edge because I agree with him here. Like the idea that this isn't a majority of this coalition.
I did not say even majority. I said the idea that literally every single member.
No one's saying there aren't exceptions. They're saying this is the DSA, this is the org, this is their national platform, and this is what they're pushing. Like, why would you be a part of an org if you're that opposed to communism in the long run? If you're that opposed to seizing private property, if you're that opposed to this national platform,
can you be a liberal who is not opposed to communism?
I don't know if you can have liberal communism, no.
Okay, so then by definition, there can be no liberal member of the DSA, right? You're boxed in. So
no, there are people in the DSA who do not support communism.
No, literally,
it
sounds like Keith is one of these people who is just like, no, even though a majority of the people kind of want this illiberal communist seizing of private property.
Be liberal? How can Keith
because in the short term, this is not big enough for him to like. It's like, look, they're pushing more progressive. They're fighting harder. They're organizing, and yeah, maybe that's their end goal, but it's so far in the future that it doesn't matter to me, right?
Then you can be a liberal member of the DSA. And
I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying that clearly the majority. No, I'm saying you probably can't be a liberal.
Can you be a liberal MAGA?
You said that.
No,
DSA,
Josiah, can you be a liberal
DSA
MAGA guy?
supports communism, right?
Liberal
the national platform.
Yeah. Be part of MAGA.
Soy Pill?
Yeah.
How and you said how can you be part of an organization that has such a liberal?
Yeah. What's the point?
So you're asking what the efficacy is, not that it's
obviously
not possible.
People are part of it that are
okay, well,
AOC
we're good. Then
okay,
100%.
yeah, we didn't disagree. I'm just,
right,
but the fear was not, can you be an exception in this? The fear is, hey, these people do not have the same goals, the same end goals as you. Some people in it do, some people don't. Most probably don't if they are Marxist-Leninists or Marxists.
I'm assuming.
Differentiation in point, okay? Marxists want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and the Marxist communists want a moneyless, stateless, classless society as an endpoint for humanity. Marxist-Leninists are vanguard, meaning they think the proletariat are too stupid in order to seize the means of production for themselves, so they want a academic and militant revolutionary vanguard to overthrow the state and then seize power and then implement a socialist society. Pretty much every 20th century socialist government that hasn't been a part of a liberal democratic parliamentary system has been Marxist-Leninist.
Keith, then we agree that Keith is a liberal member of DSA, and it's possible to be liberal members of the DSA.
I don't know if he's
telling
liberal
the truth.
or not.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I just don't know why you're fighting so much on this one particular thing, Josiah. Like, instead of just acknowledging that this is an organization.
Yeah, why is that, Josiah?
It is fundamentally Marxist. It is a
so Hutch, I'm going to ask you. Hutch, I'm going to ask you.
Don't get so defensive. Wait, hang on. Just listen to me.
A liberal member
what do you think DSA's goals are? What do you think DSA's goals are?
I think that their goals are to abolish prisons, as they say.
No. I'm not. Listen, I'm not talking about specific policies per se, but I'm saying like their broad vision. What do you think they're trying to accomplish? Politically,
to locally or nationally?
I mean both.
I think their goal is to fundamentally alter, like the end state is to fundamentally alter the current state of America and make it a more socialist enterprise.
Okay, then why are you fighting us on this, man?
What are you fighting us on?
Why are you fighting me when I say it is possible to be a liberal member of the DSA? Well, wait a minute.
It's possible, just like it's possible to be someone who is liberal and supports MAGA. It's possible.
Yeah,
it's just not likely.
Supports MAGA. Come on.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I have to think about that. I don't know if it's possible to be a liberal.
It's possible
MAGA
in the same
supporter.
way it's possible to be liberal and support the DSA.
I want to ask Keith.
I do have to go soon. Just FYI.
Keith, I assume you're a liberal. I'm not trying to. And is that correct? Do you identify as a liberal? Are you a socialist? Like how do you?
Yeah, liberal. Yeah,
liberal. So,
yeah.
Are you afraid that as a liberal joining DSA that you could open the door for some of the more extremist stuff by legitimizing them?
No, I mean I don't. What do you mean?
So you've heard some of their national.
Aren't they already legitimized?
No. But I think the concern is that we're kind of sane washing some of the more extreme stuff while you're not hearing that from the people on the ground at the meetings you're going to. But people are concerned that it's a Trojan horse to bring in this group and this ideology that undermines capitalism and liberalism. Does that concern you at all, joining a local chapter?
No, I mean, I think I personally think capitalism. I think capitalism deserves to be undermined. I don't think it is serving us as best it could right now. We used to regulate shit. We used to regulate things. I like to get into regulation again. So so yes, I think that what is Whick guy is very. Yeah.
Well, Keith, are you masking on right now? Like, can you just tell us?
Hold on, I'll just ask you. I gotta go soon. Keith, did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
What?
Did Hassan Piker shock his dog?
He says he didn't. No.
He says he didn't know.
What do we do?
Anyway, I just need. That's all I needed. Okay, guys, I gotta
does
go.
Keith
I
traffic
love
in
you
that?
all.
Keith, I don't. Do you like follow like Hassan?
I have no
drama?
idea what that.
Okay,
I don't know.
Wick,
fair enough.
ask him a different question. 'cause
Sure.
that's-
Do you think?
that's
Do you think
Keith,
Hassan
you failed.
Piker
You failed. The
is
answer
a?
yes.
Do you think Hassan Piker is a threat to the Democratic Party?
No.
Okay. Yep. That's all I needed. Okay. I'll see you guys later. I love you. I gotta go to my.
So
thing.
Keith, now I would disagree on that. I mean, I think that I think that Hassan's from my.
So, as silly as that might seem to some of you, I'm sure it does, is Hassan Piker, I don't give a shit that Hassan Piker used an electric fucking correction thing for his dog. I really don't care. What I do care about a little bit is that he kept his dog in the same place like a piece of furniture for 8 hours during a stream. Now, that being said, the reason why that became like a litmus test question was because basically anybody who sweeps for Hassan Piker like that hard, they're using that as a litmus test question for, will you sweep for Hassan Piker after there is clear evidence that he has done something bad? It's not about the dog. It's about how hard are you willing to sweep. And so it could be silly though, because some people just don't pay attention to that kind of drama, right? Some people just didn't pay attention to the Kaya dog shock drama. There's bigger shit in the world. Now, that being said, is Hassan Piker a threat to the Democratic Party? And him saying no, if he's familiar with his content, I would be quite annoyed. Not because I necessarily think that Hassan Piker is a threat to, like I said, the Democratic Socialists are going to become a caucus inside the Democratic Party is infinitely more likely than a Marxist-Leninist takeover of the United States of America. Okay, so I don't think that Hassan Piker is an existential threat to the United States of America. However, he's kind of a piece of shit. He kind of sweeps for Hamas. He kind of sweeps for Hezbollah. He kind of sweeps for the Red Sea crisis. He kind of fucking sweeps for China. He kind of sweeps for the Soviet Union. So that's where when liberals and progressives and social democrats and socialists are cozying up to Hassan Piker, I truly view it identically the way that a substantial amount of you guys probably view right-wingers cozying up to Nick Fuentes. So, Shabingro says, if your boys are an option, I voted wrong, Coglord. It's all good, King. It's all good. It's all good. The boys, I have them Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so they are not a concern today. It is 1:30. I am going to see if this is the John Fetterman. This was released today. If anybody has video, like video of the interview instead of the podcast of the interview, I would happily watch a video. But when I went to YouTube, they only had clips from the show. They didn't have the audio. Specifically, I want Israel. That's what I want. But we could take a look at this real quick. Why not? So, Shapingro says, shock, 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 shock. Okay, well, thank you for the renewal, King. I appreciate you. All right, let's just do a little intro. Let's get into it. Let's see if we can find John Fetterman and Jon Stewart fighting about the state of Israel. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. I'm trying to be a rhino. A Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I got Jon Stewart fighting John Fetterman on his place within the Democratic Party. And not just that, his open and verbose allegiance to the state of Israel. So it should be fun. I haven't been able to find a video. If somebody's able to find a video, go ahead and send it to me on Discord. But for now, we're going to take a look at the Spotify podcast. Nameless Henchman for $2 says, Kaya, place! Indeed. Oh, is this going to work? Do I need to sign up to get unlimited?
Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months.
I voted. Sticker. That was my one-man show called Primary Day. which happens in August, which, as you know,
these workers now, everyone here in Congress are paid, but the people that aren't are like the people on the front line, like at TSA and doing those things. So overall, we have to find a better way to figure out things without shutting our down in kind of a tantrum.
All right. Can I just, I'm gonna do another poll. Fetterman content. Listen as is. Look for Israel segment. There we go. Tell me whether or not you want me to listen to the podcast as is, or if you want me to scrub around and see where they're fighting about the nation state of Israel.
How at odds are you with the party? You know, you said it sometimes puts you at odds. You clearly, you're the guy everybody points to now as you're in the, I guess, mansion or cinema role, the kind of contrarian. So what's your relationship now with the?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And no, I mean, it's not that at all. I mean, I deeply respect them as well too, but I'm not that. I think it's like an easy take to assume that, and that's just not me. If you look at my voting record, I'm in 90% voting the Democrat line. And now how I differ is, and that's become much more and more pronounced, Israel, after 10/7, the Gaza war, and as nobody really saw how things would continue. We wouldn't be part of it. Now here we have at the Iranian war now, and then in smaller other kinds of way, shutting our government down, countless kinds of vote to shut our government down. I would vote with the Republican side, not because I'm a Republican, but just the Democratic Party, we used to always be the party that says we must never shut our government down. That was part of what the Democratic Party really was. And I represent Pennsylvania, really the most purple state really in the country. And now I don't represent just Democrats. I represent all people here in Pennsylvania. So these views are firmly rooted in basic kinds of democratic values. But after the Trump re-election, that just kind of flipped some things on its head.
And do you attribute that to, what they call Trump derangement syndrome? Do you believe that the Democratic Party in those instances is suffering?
I agree. It is a real thing. It is a real thing. And that makes it more difficult to try to call balls and strike. And now, I'm aware that if I happen to disagree with like the party line, there's a price to pay. But I think it's more important to be, hey, I honestly think this is the right take, and I think what's appropriate. And now, I mean, there's a lot of stories of how I've become, increasingly more unpopular with Democrats in my state, and I'm aware of it. But these were all very specific choices because I think, this is the correct take. And now I would rather have people know what I happen to believe, because again, they're rooted in very democratic kinds of values.
Well, let me sort of, so let's tease that out a little bit, because in America right now, the Republicans have the Senate, the House, the judiciary.
They have the trifecta.
Supreme Court, and they have the presidency.
Yeah.
Democrats represent, it's a pretty 50-50 country, wouldn't you say? I mean, we're, right now, at least, Democrats are represented by, millions and millions and millions of votes, but they don't really have, the way that the Republicans have governed, any say in anything. And so wouldn't you say that trying to use any leverage that they possibly could have to get things like reforms to ICE agents that don't seem to be trained, that are creating violence in the streets of America, that aren't going after the worst of the worst, but are frightening hardworking immigrants into staying in their homes? Don't you think that's a legitimate reason to try and leverage whatever opportunity they would have? TDS seems like a convenient excuse for a lot of legitimate concerns.
Yeah, well, the only actual tool and the only actual real leverage that Democrats have, that's the filibuster. 100%. You know, and I just had an op-ed in the Washington Post, and I was trying to remind America and Democrats specifically that we, including me, we were so wrong about scrapping the filibuster back in the 2022 cycle. Now, we all ran on that, and we all were committed to eliminate the filibuster. And if we were successful, we may have passed some things back in 22, but 100% in January of 2024 or 2025, you know, they would have been able to run the table, 100% run the table. And if anyone that's listening have been horrified or troubled by a lot of legislation being proposed, that would have been amateur hour compared to how they would have been able to remake our society, because they would have had the trifecta. Trump was at the apex of his power, and they could have passed and done everything. And if the Senate was working on basic majority like the House, we would have rendered ourselves as essentially a smaller version of the House, and they would have been able to remake our society.
Wouldn't you say they have remade our society, you know, by using gimmicks like reconciliation, by using executive power in ways that hadn't been used before? Haven't they done that already?
Yeah, well, a lot of those executive orders were just overturned or stopped by the courts. And now I know I kind of got whacked when I said, well, what is a real constitutional crisis? That's when the president is going to defy, you know, court orders. And because it doesn't describe the solution in the Constitution, that's a crisis. And as far as I know, that the president hasn't defied a single court order. Now, a lot of noise, but he hasn't defied any specific ones.
Well, he has. I mean, he's defied court orders and congressional law. I mean, just even in the TikTok case, you know, you guys voted that had to be divested, and he ignored that. He just didn't do it. And then he handed a pretty powerful social media tool to his friends, the Ellisons and other people.
Not just that, but isn't the DOJ current out of compliance with the Epstein law? Like I don't. Can somebody explain it to me where I feel like I'm missing something? So there was this guy named Jeffrey Epstein who in the 80s and 90s was sex trafficking teenagers and doing weapons deals across the world, became a billionaire. He was incredibly influential through the 90s and thousands, basically hosting tons of influential people to his house, presumably having them have sex with the women that he was sex trafficking. Allegedly, he was blackmailing these people, but we don't know that for certain. At minimum, they were having sex with teenagers. At maximum, they were using sex with underage teenagers as blackmail. The legislature, both sides of Congress, the Senate and the House, both passed a law compelling the executive to release 6 million files. 3 million files have been released, heavily redacted. An additional 3 million files have not been released at all. Why is it not a big deal for the President of the United States to be actively covering up an ephebophilic sex trafficking ring? What the fuck?
I guess that's my point is, I understand you're saying there are certain norms or things that you don't want Democrats to do. But given the legitimate concerns that people have about executive overreach, you know, these types of...
Sure, absolutely. That's a real thing.
Of course.
Yeah, but I'd like to revisit this idea, the filibuster. Sure. The Democratic Party, and I am part of it, and I was definitely part of that, to eliminating the filibuster, how dangerous that was if we were successful. And they would have been able to pass every single, you know, wish list, you know, on the Republican playbook. And now we would have been a whim of the political extremism, and they'd be able to pass everything. The only thing that we've ever stopped, Save America Act and other things.
Yeah, that's the only thing the filibuster has actually done. In fact, you've played kind of a role in getting their nominees going. You've been kind of the contradictory vote from the Democrats to get him some pretty controversial appointees. I'm just curious, because the filibuster seems like it hasn't really stopped them from getting the people that they want, getting unqualified people into the cabinet, into the Department of Justice.
Yeah, I mean, and many of them I didn't vote for. And if you're going to bring up Blanche, I'm not going to vote for him as
Right.
well too. There's some that I would vote for, and then there's many that I haven't because that it's just I don't believe that's the kind of right person for the job. Overall, I really try to call balls and strikes. I do think, like for example, Mayorkas, he did a terrible job. He was never should be impeached. He didn't break the law. Incompetence, is not, for impeachment, but overall, trying to describe an honest assessment that as a Democrat from Pennsylvania, that's been my role. And if you look at my voting record, I haven't changed these core things like pro-choice. I don't turn our back on the gay or trans community in America, and very, very pro-immigration, very, very pro-union. All of those kind of boilerplate kinds of democratic issues that hasn't changed. So that's where we're at. And now you talk about ICE. Absolutely. Like I called for Noam, she has to go. And now we brought in a new leader now. I've said this, deport all of the criminals, 100% deport all of them. I hope we could all agree on those things. We need to secure our border. We do need to secure our border. And then I've said, do not target otherwise hardworking, migrants that are a very important part of our economy.
Sorry, just listening to Fetterman kind of drone on. Doobie says, you aren't missing anything. Trump is protecting his pedo friends. The Dems and the Republicans are spineless or complicit. Fetterman's brain is too cooked to understand that Trump is in violation of the law. Conserve says, nah, man, the executive isn't violating any law. Didn't you see J.D. Vance explain that to Rogan, that all the redactions and omissions were reasonable? Ah, yeah. Nameless Henchman says, daily reminder that the U.S. is a liberal progressive nation and that it was refounded after the Civil War on liberal progressive values and that the Republican Party since Connor's birth has strayed. You know what's really funny about that? I guarantee you Abraham Lincoln would think that Donald Trump was an insane progressive. We're criticizing the Trump administration for covering up an ephebophilic sex trafficking cult. I'm pretty sure that like ephebophilia was just a thing in the 19th century. I don't know what the age of consent in America was in the 19th century, but I think it was more common to marry and bang teenagers back then. As far as like going to war in Iran, I mean, Abraham Lincoln set half the country on fire in order to emancipate slaves. That's a noble cause. Not saying it's not a noble cause. But even Abraham Lincoln was thinking about like relocating freed slaves to like another nation state because he was worried that black integration was impossible. I think Donald Trump has more black friends than Abraham Lincoln did. So, anyways.
Specifically, like in my state, in agriculture too, or tourism, or these other kinds of positions too, trying to find the right balance of secure a border, deport all the criminals, but stop targeting otherwise innocent kinds of migrants here.
But they are doing
My wife was a farmer dreamer. Yeah.
Right. But that's my point is, so they are targeting those people and they are, there have been killings and even Homan has admitted that the training on the killing in I can't remember if it was Maine or if it was the one in Minnesota, there's quite a few of them. So I guess my question to you is, you're agreeing with the majority, I think, of Democrats on that.
Yeah,
but not agreeing.
Very vocal, like
right, but not agreeing with their method of Trump. How do Democrats influence that if the Trump administration is running roughshod over what you just said? They're not just doing the criminals; they've deported citizens that or
by winning elections through popularity, John. Sorry, if you want to shut down the government, you shut down the government. Like, whatever. People have played these games in the past, so I'm not like moral frogging about shutting down the government. I'm just saying the obvious answer is winning elections.
They've jailed citizens. They've taken immigration, which was generally a civil concern, and made it a criminal concern. They want to build giant warehouses where they just bring people that are there on civil violations or what used to be civil violations. So if they can't use things like a threat of a shutdown, where would you suggest they use their lack of power?
Well, I work with the new Secretary Mullen, and now all of those warehouses in Pennsylvania were canceled. I mean, that's a fact. And shut the government down on that. There wasn't one single ICE reforms or anything. Like you can want reforms and you can engage in those dialogue, but shutting the government down when that has zero impact on the way Homeland Security is going to operate, because they were funded through the big, beautiful bill. The thing that I did not vote for that as well, too. They had unlimited money. So for me, it was a decision. Said, should I just vote to shut our government down, even though every single Democrat in my caucus knew that it would have no direct or even indirect leverage over ICE to behave the way that we all want them to do. So do that. That's a demand from an agitated, angry base. And I'm willing to say, look, that's the wrong thing. That's the wrong solution for a reasonable conversation to have with people saying we want to make those kind of changes for ICE.
So what is the way to make those changes? Because my understanding of the shutdown was they were saying we will shut it down unless you make those changes, not that somehow that those changes would be made because it wasn't funded. I understand that that's what you're saying, but that was the threat.
Yeah, and there was no forced any kinds of things. So we, the Democratic caucus there walked away with empty pockets about shutting our government down on both sides. So it's a reasonable kinds of concerns, but it's the wrong tool or the solution in order to achieve it. Win elections, and then that puts
guys. You voted 50-50 on fast forward to the Israel segment versus watching it as is. I'm a fast forward and look for some spice. It's not that we shouldn't listen to our representatives. It's not that we shouldn't listen to, comedic journalists, press them on current issues or whatever. I'm just not as interested in ICE shit. Like, we've beaten that topic to death.
In 2024, because of the extremism of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, or the Joe Biden administration?
Yeah, I mean, I was on the.
I could listen to that. I could listen to Fetterman criticize the wokeness of the Biden administration. That'd be interesting.
In fact, El Sayed, for example, he was a big leader in the uncommitted, saying, don't vote Democrat, don't vote for these people. And now, like, some things that I've never done, I drove thousands and thousands of miles all across Pennsylvania to try to elect Vice President Harris. And I've done that. But on the ground, it's very clear we're going down, because the energy and a lot of the way that they've been positioned as people that are not in touch with people. And we've lost the argument. And at no point did I had a strong feeling that we can win this. And anyone spent time in Pennsylvania there during that election, we all understood we have a serious challenge.
But don't you think this new sort of energy and economic populism is a response to that?
Well, what is that? Is that socialism? And in more, it's communism. It's, that's not an economic model that has never worked in the history.
But that sounds like a caricature. That doesn't, El Sayed is running on, he wants to ban corporate money, wants to tax, I guess, higher taxes on billionaires for housing and education, Medicare for all. When you say that's communism, that feels like a caricature.
I never said that. I call real communists that are cheering for communism people like Hassan Piker, for example. He's a big influence. And the
let's go EHD Ethan Hassan Destiny. Oh no. A conservative Democrat. I know that could sound, more conservative than most Democrats, from Pennsylvania, knows who Hassan Piker is, knows who Al Sayed is, and he might be calling Jon Stewart out on his bullshit to his face. I know you guys I got some leftist simps in my chat or whatever. I'm actually excited for this. Let's see if he has an articulable argument.
Democratic Party conversation. And he is a communist. He celebrates Mao. and describes and is going to be proud to visit Cuba and stand on people on those sides. That's not a smear. That's just using the kinds of words and the positions that he has made part of his platform.
So you're saying he says, I'm a communist and I want America to be communist.
No, I'm saying
that's Hassan Piker's statement.
That he has the kinds of views. Now, you were very, very instrumental in delivering aid for victims of 9/11. You know, like, you know, you've been here and you've been very effective for doing that. You know, for an individual that says that America, we deserve that. Hey, I'm deeply offended by that, and I don't support that, and I'm certainly not going to campaign with him, or I'm not going to explain that way.
Well, Bill Maher said that the 9/11 terrorists weren't cowards, and you went on his podcast and you talked to him all the time. So I guess what I'm saying is, aren't you
Bill Maher never said that we fucking deserve 9/11, Jon Stewart, you dipshit. Dude, it's like talking to an AIDS patient. It really, I'm sorry. I can't see that any other way. It's like talking to an AIDS patient. They do not have an immune response to Hassan Piker, and it is alarming. Okay? Comparing Bill Maher, who said, oh, we're the cowards because we fire cruise missiles from thousands of miles away, but say what you will about the 9/11 terrorists, flying into a fucking building and killing yourself is brave. I think that's cringe as shit. I think that's a very cringe thing to say. But he wasn't saying, lol, I love it when America gets fucking exploded. Holy shitballs.
cherry picking certain things and maybe losing the forest for the trees?
The two things are not the same. You know, making a statement compared to saying that we deserve that, opposed to describing it in different terms. So that's just not
But
the same.
he's not running.
And Bill Maher is not a communist too. Bill Maher does not describe Hamas as 1,000% better than Israel.
So for you, it literally is they've made statements in the past, or their economic policies are more sympathetic to socialism. So let me shift it a bit. You want capitalism to survive.
That was the sweepiest of sweeps I've ever fucking heard. Holy shit.
Yes.
Absolutely. I'm absolutely proud American capitalist. And I do think, you know, I'm much more concerned about our country losing to China in the AI race. And now, for me, another unpopular view that I might have as a Democrat, data centers, if we ban them or we have a long-term moratorium, China would be elated on that. And you have frontier models like Mythos and now the new AI version 1. They've been able to break out. And to hack and go attack other kinds of organizations. Thank God that they're American companies. The second the Chinese are able to have those frontier models and unleash them on their, so now that's going to make these small potatoes in terms of the kind of economic damage that an AI model with those kind of capabilities like Mythos, you know, in the Chinese hands, or say another one, you know, that's what I'm really concerned about for me.
But I mean, that's a case for stronger regulation, which we aren't doing because the AI companies.
We should have regulation.
Right, but we're not doing it because the AI companies are paying millions and millions of dollars into our government. But I want to get back to sort of what we're talking about. You're saying you're a capitalist. So this is, I just want to reframe the argument a little bit, because Piker, I don't think is a communist. I think he said he's socialist. But the point being, do you think capitalism isn't one of the reasons
God damn it. Jon Stewart. A guy I grew up watching with The Daily Show with Jon Stewart is sweeping for a Marxist-Leninist, tanky, LARPing piece of shit. Kill me now.
There's so much energy on the left now for this type of populist rhetoric, is that many people believe that capitalism, as we are practicing it, meaning a lot of corruption, crony capitalism, a lot of the playing field is tilted towards capital investment and away from labor. That capitalism, as it is being practiced in America, is increasing inequality and leaving too many people behind, and that this energy is not there necessarily to destroy it, but to reform it in a way that will rebalance the scale. This is, I guess what I'm asking is, don't you think this is coming from the lived experience of people under the way capitalism is being practiced in America in this moment?
I think I return it back to this idea that AI is transforming the world 100%, whether you have to like it or not. It's like, if someone is going to win, and for me, I want America to win that, because we are the good guy, in this. And now the second we hinder our own ability to develop these kind of tools, the Chinese will seize the lead, and then they would weaponize that in ways, and the kinds of damage they could inflict are untold trillions. And that's my real concern for a lot about that, overall.
No, I think I'm understanding sort of your position on AI. I'm talking about the broader conversation on you're being very critical of those on the left.
No, I'm not being critical. I'm just describing, and I'm saying, if anything, the left is very critical about, as a Democrat, as for me, that because I have very strong views on Israel, and I think it's a wrong thing to shut our government down.
Understood. But I'm talking about the broader, you're saying you don't like these people because they're socialists and communists.
No.
Yeah.
You're a capitalist.
It's not a personal thing. Oh. It's not a personal thing.
Well, you've called them the dirtbag left, which is somewhat personal.
The dirtbag left. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is a term. That is a term. Absolutely.
I mean, it's somewhat derogatory, but
I don't even think dirtbag left necessarily has to do with economics. I'm sure the dirtbag left actually does have some shit to, they probably lean pretty hard left. But the dirtbag left, as I understand it, is like a class of podcaster who doesn't like pearl clutch whenever they're irreverent or profane or use vulgar language or say a racist joke or something like that. But they're still pretty hardcore left. So I don't know if John Fetterman is media educated enough to know the dirtbag left, but even if he did, that is like the most tepid and mild of insults you could possibly leverage towards these people.
But I guess I'm trying to get to the point saying, do you think the way capitalism is working in this country is working the way that it should? And don't you think that your voters, and you described yourself as a progressive years ago, you don't do it anymore, but don't you think your voters are feeling the effects of a system that benefits capital and disadvantages labor?
I mean, for me, this idea there, in terms of what is a progressive right now, but for increasingly, the defining issue with the Democratic Party is Israel and the Gaza war overall. That has become like the defining issue right now in a lot of these elections, overall. And that's just my take more than anything else. My proud standing with Israel through everything after 10/7 has put me in odds more than anything, individual than anything else overall.
To your door, not only will they shop, prep, and cook, that's What is lower tax rates on capital than labor, untaxed or off?
Use race, and now watch how out of control that race is going to get here in 26, and then in 28 it's going to make my race look quaint in terms of the billions of dollars that are being thrown at that more than anything is the accelerant on, and it's fueling a lot of the extremism for now too. And also another problem is the primary system too. The extreme views are the most activated, and they are the most part of the primary.
Sure.
And then that pushes people away from a reasonable kinds of solution for thing to, whether on both sides, left or right too. And I reject both the extremes on either side.
But it seems like you're more comfortable angrily denigrating the extreme, or what you consider the extreme on the left, than the right, like in the way that you felt, in the way that you talked to El Sayed. Like, why call them pro-Hamas if they just want to criticize?
I said that because he's campaigning with people that are absolutely pro-Hamas.
Well, who you mean? Hassan Piker, you say, is pro-Hamas, and so you're basing this just on that?
Yeah. Dude, if you want me to differentiate your political perspectives or whatever, then you can't be hanging like, oh, you're just campaigning with Nick Fuentes? You're a white nationalist. And then you're like, listen, man, I'm just campaigning with him, okay? I don't believe everything he believes. What the fuck is this logic? Doobie, I understand you might be fucking enjoying this, but Jon Stewart is sweeping like a motherfucker in this piece.
He said he is, like if you campaign and proud to align yourself with very pro Hamas people, it's a reasonable person to conclude. It's like, yeah, I have a pro view for Hamas.
But I guess what I'm saying is, I feel like you're caricaturing people's views if they're critical of Israel. If someone says, I think Hamas and Israel are both criminal organizations,
That's not what he said, though. He said Hamas is clearly the more moral actor. Now, he bases that off of casualty stats, which I think is a silly way to evaluate morality. But that's not what he said. He said Hamas is clearly the more moral actor.
Killing people for terrible reasons. How is that pro-Hamas? That's not saying.
No, what I'm saying, it's like people that just says Hamas is 1,000% them are democratic or ally Israel, then yeah, that's pro-Hamas.
But saying they're less evil than Israel if they think Israel is evil is not the same as pro. I'll give you an example.
No, Piker said a lot of incredibly, very pro-Hamas kind of thing. I'm not gonna. It's like if you support Hamas and campaign with people that support Hamas, then that identifies someone as pro-Hamas.
I guess what I'm saying is I have not seen statements where these candidates say, I am pro-Hamas. What I have seen is statements where they are very critical of Israel, the Israeli government, and the way that they have conducted themselves in Gaza. And by the way, they're not alone. The ICC and the UN and Human Rights Watch have all been unbelievably critical. And I guess I'm having trouble figuring out why. I feel like you're caricaturing it. Let me go at this a different way. You're pro-gay rights. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming up on the 13th. I'm on the.
Oh my God, I can't stand the sweeping.
About his relationship.
You know what? Fuck this. Sorry, guys. I'm running away. I got shit to do. And fucking John Fetterman is too stupid to fucking defend himself. Jon Stewart is fucking sweeping for Hamas. If you want to hear Jon Stewart sweeping for Hamas, there's the link to the Spotify playlist. Holy shitballs. Fuck this. I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go eat, and then I'm going to work. I'm going to go work on sci-fi content. So, let me thank the people who supported the channel. Holy shitballs. Holy shitballs. Nameless Henchman, Shapingro, Doobie Doobie, Hedonic Samuel, Anonymous Chatter, John Kennedy, Doobie, Real Serious, Doobie, Officer Nasty, Anonymous Chatter, Real Serious, Doobie, Real Serious, Fell Runner, John Kennedy, old school, fell runner, Jeb Kush, doobie. Thank you. Kings and queens, for your support. But if you guys keep glazing Hassan Piker, I will lose my fucking shit. I will freak the fuck out. And that is something that I'm sure will be quite entertaining for you fine people. Yeah. Should I assume you're a pedo because you hung out with Destiny? No. I've been pretty explicitly anti-pedo the entirety of my relationship with Destiny. And we burned the bridge over his sexual impropriety. So no. So if Abdul Al-Said came out and he said, actually, not only do I disavow Hassan Piker's previous statements in reference to, Hamas and the state of Israel, but I actually think we need a two-state solution that would be enforced by the United States. Then at that point, I think that anybody calling him an anti-Semite and pro-Hamas would be bad faith. I don't think Abdul Al-Said has made any such statements. Comrade Piker, put some respect on his name. Doobie, sometimes you test the limits of how much I appreciate your money. Because I appreciate the money. I appreciate the viewership. I appreciate the support. But holy fucking shit, do I hate Hassan Piker so goddamn much. Oh my god. All right. By the way, Jon Stewart just gave the green light to Republicans to run with Fuentes, lol. Apparently. All right. Small Soldiers is a top 10 kids movie. I agree with that. That's an excellent fucking take. I appreciate that take. But I am going to grab chicken. I am going to put it on a bed of vegetables and rice. I'm going to cover it in an unhealthy dressing. I'm going to eat that. Then I'm going to come back to this computer. Then I'm going to shoot the scripts that I already shot. And then I am going to spend the rest of the night editing. That is my evening. Tomorrow, I will probably be working, but I might be taking Friday off for VA shenanigans. We'll figure it out. I need to do VA stuff. I need to do mortgage stuff, but more importantly, I need to work. Then I need to do VA. Then I need to do mortgage, and I either need to do it tomorrow or I need to do it Friday. So either way. Prime Kai and Raging Tomato when? I think this weekend I have the kids. The following weekend I'll be doing Motor Grid 1 Motorsports. I'll be doing his debate on Saturday the following week. But Monday I'm going to start going back on the Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable Weekly. So I'm going to start being a heel in the debate space again. So should be fun. Anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. Like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. We got a membership, love you.